Okay, so good morning, one and all present here. I am Assistant Professor Gunjan Dwivedi, and I am the reporter of this technical session 8th. In just few minutes, we will start the session as the one more panelist, Deshpande sir, is joining us in a few minutes.
Itu langsung itu.
Ya, langsung kamu bukan. Nih, screen share. Lihat sharing. Klik. Ya, ada file undangnya tuh. Kalau tidak,
Okay, Jatin sir, are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm there. Please continue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'll just start the video in a few moments.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Looking forward and all the best to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Deshpande sir is joining us in a few minutes. After that, we will start the session. All the participants are requested to follow the schedule of the PPTs as we have already shared it on the WhatsApp group. So all of you, please go through with the slotting, which is over there, and you have to be ready with your presentation. If you are having any technical issue in sharing the PPTs, we are here for sharing your PPTs. But if you have not sent us the PPT, in that case, you have to share it. So please be active on the WhatsApp group so that we can coordinate with you. Thank you so much. Okay, so before starting the session, we are here to give the introduction regarding our STM panelist. So I request my co-reporter, Dr. Mamta Sharma, ma'am. Ma'am, over to you. I like to give the rules and regulations regarding the paper presentation. Following are the items shared. Okay, so now may I call upon Ms. Harshita Mathur, and the title of the paper is Investor Personality Traits, Information Acquisition and its Effect on Trading Behavior. It's the first paper, that is IC 95. Harshita, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to all the panel members and good morning to all the participants. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Harshita, you are audible. We are just sharing your PPTs.
Okay, ma'am. May I start, ma'am? Hello.
Sure, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Very good afternoon, very good morning to all the panel members and all the participants. I, Harshita Mathur, on behalf of my other co-members, would like to present the paper titled Investor Personality Traits, Information Acquisition and its Effect on Trading Behavior. Next slide, please. Okay, so the keywords of our paper are: first one is behavioral finance. Talking about the behavioral finance, it is relatively a new field which generally focuses on the interaction of sociology, psychology, and finance in order to gain a wider perspective on how investors make financial decisions and how those decisions affect the financial market. The another keyword is the personality traits. Personality traits or personality attributes are the most important psychological elements that influence in human conduct. It is the sum of one qualities which basically differentiate an individual from another. Third one is information acquisition. It basically deals with the tools and techniques which an investor will utilize in order to collect the data pertaining to any financial venture so as to make the more informed decision. And the last one is trading behavior. Trading behavior basically refers to way an individual will make decisions under the conditions of certainty and uncertainty with regards to like how they're going to trade, the trading frequency and all. Next slide, please. The variables of our study, talking about the variables, so there are two independent variables in our study. The first one is personality traits, another one is information acquisition, and the dependent variable is the trading behavior. Next slide, please. Okay, now talking about the research gap fulfilled by the study, basically in the light of vulnerabilities and changing opinions, the investigation of the social and psychological element has become very important and has led to the advent of the concept of behavioral finance. Further in-depth study pertaining to the subject matter, this topic has been researched a lot in other countries. But if we talk particularly about the India, it relatively remains an untouched sector, particularly in the central India, that is Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. Moreover, a lot of researchers in the study have focused their attention mostly on the demographic factors like the income, the age group, or the gender, and the risk tolerance levels. But in this paper, we have particularly focused our attention on two specific factors, that is the personality traits and the information acquisition, and have tried to explore their impact on the trading behavior. Next slide, please. Okay, so objective of our study is to find out the underlying factors for personality traits, information acquisition, and trading behavior, and to find out the causal relationship between the investors' personality traits and trading behavior, and information acquisition and trading behavior. We have two alternative hypotheses here. The first one is information acquisition has significant favorable impact on investment trading behavior, and the second alternative hypothesis is that the investor's personality trait has favorable impact on investment trading behavior. Next slide, please. Okay, now coming to the research methodology, the study is basically causal in nature as well as exploratory, since we are going to find out the factors underlying the personality traits. Talking about the sample design, all the investors of Madhya Pradesh region was the population, and the sample size was 200 respondents. Coming to the sampling element, individual respondent was our sampling element, and we have used quota sampling method, wherein we collected the data from 100 female and 100 male respondents. Particularly, we have used the standardized questionnaire for all the three variables, and tools used for data analysis. We have used reliability test, exploratory factor analysis, and regression analysis in order to find the causal relationship between the variables. Next slide, please. Okay, so talking about the results of the study. So first of all, we have applied the reliability test in order to find the reliability of the questionnaire. So in this test, we can see the Cronbach alpha value is 0.929, which is greater than 0.7, indicating that questionnaire is reliable for further analysis. And talking about the other two variables, since the number of items was quite less in those variables, so we could not compute the reliability for the other two items. Next slide, please. Further, we have applied KMO and Bartlett's test in order to see the suitability of the data for factor analysis. In this particular slide, we can see the KMO value is 0.823, which indicate the sample adequacy, and significance of chi-square value of 6013.707, indicating the suitability of the data for factor analysis for the variable personality traits. Next slide, please. Further, we have applied exploratory factor analysis in order to identify the factors underlying the personality traits. So through the dimension reduction through exploratory factor analysis, we identified 15 factors for the personality traits, in which agreeableness comes out to be the most important determinant of personality traits, having the highest eigenvalue of 9.565, followed by conscientiousness and other variables. Next slide, please. So these are all the 15 factors. In 12th and 15th factor, no item got clubbed, so it is like that. Next slide, please. Further, we have applied regression analysis in order to find the causal relationship between the variables. So the value of adjusted R square was found to be 0.450, which indicates that personality traits and information acquisition together explain 45% variance in trading behavior. And the F-test value of 68.373 at the 1% level of significance indicated that model is highly fit. Next, the unstandardized coefficient of personality traits is 0.002 and that of information acquisition is 0.746. It means that 1 unit change in personality traits and information acquisition respectively would lead to 0.002 and 0.746 unit change in the trading behavior. Further, the beta value of the personality traits and information acquisition is 0.045 and 0.660 respectively, which was tested through t-test value of personality traits, information acquisition, which is 0.737, which is 737 and 10.844 respectively, wherein it indicates that the personality traits and information significance of personality traits and information acquisition is 0.462 at 1% level of significance, which indicates that information acquisition is having a significant effect on trading behavior as compared to the personality traits. Next slide, please. So the primary purpose of our study was to investigate the relationship between the investors' trading behavior, investors' personality traits, and information acquisition and its effect on trading behavior. Further, we applied reliability to check the reliability test to check reliability of the question was checked using the Cronbach alpha reliability test. Further, we applied the factor analysis in order to identify the factors specifically for the personality traits. Further, regression was employed to find out the causal relationship between the variables, wherein the results indicated that together personality traits and information acquisition are explaining around 45% variance in investors' trading behavior. But if we talk about individually, then information acquisition alone is explaining around 74.6% variance, whereas personality traits is not having much impact on trading behavior. So our results established a significant favorable association between information acquisition and investors' trading behavior, but our results could not establish a significant favorable relationship between the personality traits and the trading behavior. Thank you.
Okay, so I request to the esteemed panel members, if you are having any queries, please.
Harshita, please come on your research gap.
Yes, ma'am. Gunjan ma'am, may I share the PPT or you are sharing?
Yes, yes. You share from there.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, please explain this again.
Ma'am, research gap. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, the concept which we have used in this research paper is particularly related to the behavioral finance. So this topic has been researched a lot in other countries, I would say. Even in India, it is researched a lot, but it is.
So you have mentioned here in other countries. So can you tell us that which countries you have taken?
Some countries such as UK, US, and other basically developed countries I'm talking about.
What you have found there?
And we have found that there is a relationship between the investor's personality traits and the information acquisition, and even other variables are at a lot impacting the trading behavior of the individuals in the financial markets. But in our study, we could not establish a relationship between the personality traits and the trading behavior.
So which were the untouched sector in India?
Ma'am, most of the researches were conducted basically taking into consideration these demographic factors only, and the risk tolerance levels was more researched as compared to these two factors. And these two factors together was not, we could not find these two factors together in, majority of the researchers. That's why we tried to club these two factors and try to find out their impact on the trading behavior.
Okay, thank you. If any other panel have any question, please proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Harshita and Dr. Tarika, for your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation. And I would like to appreciate, actually, I highly appreciate you have chosen a timely important topic. And also, it's a rare topic
Yes, ma'am.
you have chosen for your research work. Uh, but I have some concerns, and I would like to give some constructive comments to improve your study further.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Uh, One is when you are doing a research, Harshita,
Yes, ma'am.
you have to have a research problem.
Yes, ma'am.
In your presentation, I did not see any research problem.
Okay,
No,
ma'am.
you have to prove that there's a problem with regard to the investor's behavior, right?
Yes, ma'am.
With evidence, you have to prove that. The other thing, whenever you develop your hypothesis, you have to provide conceptual framework, you have to provide evidence
Okay,
based on
ma'am.
the literature we can develop, based on the past studies done, we can
Mm-hmm.
develop the conceptual framework and also the hypotheses. In this presentation, I didn't see that, right?
Okay,
The
ma'am.
other thing, when it comes to your statistical analysis or statistical or the method, sorry, first methodological part,
Yes, ma'am.
you have mentioned that you have taken as a sample 200
Respondents.
respondents, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
But
ma'am.
this is scientific research, and whenever you select the sample, you have to adopt scientific method. For example, to select the sample from the population, you
Mm-hmm.
should have used a method like the sampling table developed by Kurgis and Mugan, right? And
Yes,
other than
ma'am.
there are some other methods as well. And to improve your quality of the study, you have to adopt such a method without taking the sample by your own. And
Okay,
also,
ma'am.
I didn't see uh, your testing of hypothesis. There are two hypotheses, but statistically, I did not see in the presentation that we are talking about association between two variables. But definitely, when you are talking about association,
Mm-hmm.
you have to see the correlation, right? I didn't see that, but instead of that, you have adopted regression,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Those are some of my comments, and
Oh,
thank you very much, and wish you good luck.
thank you, ma'am. I will look into that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so our next presenter is Ms. Komal. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm
Okay, so we are sharing your PPTs. Just moving further, we are also having with us Dr. Manoj Kumar Deshpande, sir. Good morning, sir. Welcome. So before moving further, I request my co-reporter, Dr. Mamta Sharma ma'am, to please introduce Dr. Manoj Kumar Deshpande, sir.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Manoj Kumar Deshpande, Director and Professor in Computer Science and Engineering. He has 30 years of academic research development, innovation, and entrepreneurship promotion experience. He contributed in upgrading institutes, universities, and enhanced performance of next level. Prior to joining Prestige PIEMR, he served various senior academic positions like Vice Chancellor, Professor, and Dean School of CSIT, Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. Professor in Computer Engineering and Associate Dean of NMIMS Shirpur Campus, Maharashtra. HOD CSE DJ Shanghavi College of Engineering, Vile Parle, Mumbai. He has worked as assistant professor in Tarna Engineering College, Nerula, Navi Mumbai. He has received PhD in computer engineering from SVKM's NMIMS University, Mumbai. He has completed MTech from GEDTI, Aurangabad, and BE from SAGMCE, Tehgaon. Maharashtra. He successfully completed capacity building programs from IIM Indore, IIM Raipur, and IIM Ahmedabad. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable presence. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next,
In fact, sorry for the joining late because of technical glitches. I am physically present.
No issue, sir. Completely no issue. Sir, actually, the first presentation is already done. So we are on the second number, that is IC 108, and that will be presented by Ms. Komal. And the paper title is Industry 4.0 Technologies, a new vision to technologies. So Komal, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sharing your PPTs? Because we have not received.
Actually, ma'am, I have already shared to Brahma.
Okay, so are you sharing right now?
Let me see. Actually, in my laptop, it is somewhere abroad. It is not being shared.
Okay, so in that case, can you please share it to me? I will call the next presenter till
Sure, ma'am. Sure. I'll be forwarding.
Okay, sure, ma'am. So our next presenter is there. That is Miss Rabia. Are you there? Okay, so Miss Harshita, are you there? Still, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
You are also having the second paper in the session. So can we share your PPTs for the second paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So the second paper is on the topic, that is IC 159, and the topic is operational risk and regulatory capital, a two-way causality analysis. So Harshita, we are sharing your PPTs.
Yes, ma'am, please. Ma'am, may I start?
Yeah, Harshita, sure.
Okay, ma'am. Once again, very good morning to all the panel members and all the participants. I, Harshita Mathur, on behalf of my other co-authors, would like to present the paper entitled Operational Risk and Regulatory Capital, a two-way causality analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, so operational risk is basically seen as a major risk in Indian financial institutions, which have a significant impact on their earnings. The purpose of this study is to identify the various methods of measuring and to find the interrelationship between the operational risk and the regulatory capital, specifically in the Indian financial institutions. And this study is done taking into account a sample of both the public and the private sector banks. The keywords of our study are operational risk, regulatory capital, Basel norms, banks, and sustainability. Next slide, please. Okay, so first one is operational risk. Operational risk is basically defined as the risk of expected losses resulting from the inadequate procedures, systems, and policies of financial institutions. And this error may also occur due to the employee's mistake, system failure, or a dispute in business, fraud, or any other criminal activities. The another one is regulatory capital. Regulatory capital is basically the amount of capital which a bank or any other financial institution has to maintain or is required to maintain by its financial regulator. Basically, the main objective of maintaining this regulatory capital is to absorb the risk. Next slide, please. So the objective of the study is to find the determinants of the operational risk and regulatory capital of different banks under the study, and further to find the two-way bidirectional causation between the operational risk and the regulatory capital. Here we have taken our null hypothesis as there is no cause in two-way causality between the operational risk and the regulatory capital. Next slide, please. Coming to the research methodology part, so our study is causal in nature. Our population is all the firms listed on national stock exchanges. Our sample size is 19 public sector banks and 21 private sector banks, which are listed on NSE. Individual public and private sector banks listed on NSE is our sampling element. Talking about the sampling technique, we have used non-probability purposive sampling technique, and we have taken those banks which are listed on NSE for this time for the period of 10 years, starting from 2008-9 to 2018-19. So this constitutes the time frame of our study. We have used secondary sources for collecting the data, particularly the websites of RBI and moneycontrol.com was used for collecting the data. Talking about the tools used for data analysis, we have used unit root test, Jaguar and Gangu causality test. Next slide, please. Okay. So first of all, we have applied a unit root test in order to analyze the stationarity of the variables. Augmented Dickey-Fuller test was applied on the variables, which is one of the common type of unit root test, which helps us to describe whether a time series data is stationary or not. The results showed that the data was stationary for all the variables, either at first difference or second difference, except for these variables: Indian Bank, Syndicate Bank, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, Union Bank, Federal Bank, HDFC Bank, RBL Bank, and South India Bank, which shows that these variables have an unsystematic pattern of data. Next slide, please. Further, we have applied Jaguar test. Further, we have applied Jaguar test in order to check the normal distribution of the data set for the variables under study. The result of the Jaguar indicated that the probability value is not less than 5 for any variables except for Bandhan Bank and IDFC First Bank. Hence, the null hypothesis of the normal distribution is not rejected for all the variables except for Bandhan Bank and IDFC First Bank, indicating that data distribution is normal for the rest of the data series. Next slide, please. Then we have applied the Gangu causality test in order to find the two-way causality between the operational risk and the regulatory capital for the banks of the public and private sector. The Gangu causality test we have applied. The results shows that the operational risk of Andhra Bank causes changes in the capital adequacy ratio of Andhra Bank. Same goes for the Canara Bank. Like operational risk of Canara Bank causes the changes in the capital adequacy ratio of Canara Bank. Similarly, for the Indian Overseas Bank, same goes for the Union Bank also. The operational risk of Union Bank causes changes in the capital adequacy ratio of Union Bank. Capital adequacy ratio of SBI causes changes in the operational risk of SBI causes changes in the capital adequacy ratio of SBI. Capital adequacy ratio of United Bank causes changes in the operational risk of United Bank. Operational risk of IDBI Bank causes changes in the capital adequacy ratio of IDBI Bank, and capital adequacy ratio of South Indian Bank causes changes in the operational risk of South Indian Bank. Hence, it can be inferred that only a one-directional relationship between the operational risk and capital adequacy ratio is established for these public sector banks. Referring to the results, it can be seen that there is no other association between the operational risk and the regulatory capital for all the private. No association between the operational risk and regulatory capital for all the private banks under study. Next slide, please. So coming to the conclusion part, our objective was to find out the bidirectional two-way causation between the operational risk and regulatory capital for both the Indian public and private banks. The result indicated that in few banks like Andhra Bank, Canara Bank, Union Bank, State Bank of India, United Bank, IDBI, South Indian Bank, we could establish a relationship, one-way relationship between the operational risk and the regulatory capital. There is no indication of other way association between the regulatory capital. For private banks, there was no indication of association between the operational risk and the regulatory capital. So for the above mentioned bank, where we could establish a relationship, it is clear that more is the operational risk, the more will be the regulatory capital requirement. Thank you.
Okay, so I request to the esteemed panel members, please, if you are having any queries, you can ask.
Thank you. Harshita, you have here also, you have not mentioned how much data you have collected.
Ma'am, we have taken the data from the banks, 19 public and 21 private sector banks for the period of 10 years from 2008-9 to 2018-19.
18-19, okay.
Yes, ma'am, for the 10 years.
So you have didn't mention here, and you have not shown the table also.
Yes, ma'am, tables are missing.
So,
that I apologize.
Yeah, that is missing here.
Yes, ma'am.
Because with the table, we can analyze that what data you have collected, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So it is lacking in your presentation.
Ma'am, I apologize for that.
No, okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Deshpande sir. Sir, any queries? Okay, so moving further, we are having the next presenter with us. Ms. Komal, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we are just sharing your PPTs. The paper title is Industry 4.0 Technologies, a new vision to technologies. Komal?
Yes. Good morning to all dignitaries present here and my colleagues. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to elaborate some of the new ways of technology in this conference. Being a research scholar, I was studying different technologies in a specific field, but that motivated me to introduce little more about the technological part. Fine. So I've chosen a topic that is a base of it, that is Industry 4.0 technologies. Actually, that has given a new vision to overall development of the industries. And you can change the slide. Okay, the showing a keywords that I have taken it up for the research work, that is Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0 technologies, VR, AI, and robotic process automation. Now, when I chosen these keywords, like my base for researching these topics are the virtual reality, especially AI and RPA for my PhD. So I have concentrated on these three factors more in the Industry 4.0 technologies. Ma'am, you can change the slide. Okay, now when we see the industrial revolution, that end of the 18th century, we have seen that there was just in production based on the water and steam. We used to energize something to get it powered by water and a steam only. But when we talk about a little more, and the 20th century come up, that industry 2.0 has changed the mass production and the which is lined by totally electricity, which is a sudden shift that we have seen. Now, when we talk about the industry 3.0, that was in the 19th or from the 17th century, we have seen that there is a development of electronics and IT, information technology in production area. Now, when I talk about these technologies, still there is some gap that we are seeing in that industrial revolution. If we talk about that, has now changed in different nations in the AI based concepts, in the virtual reality concepts, and many more. So now shifting new edge of the new vision for the technology, that is industrial 4.0, that many countries are using at present, and which has given a birth to a new technological path, that is AI, VI, RPA, and big data. You can change the slide, ma'am. Now, this research cap has been taken it up, as this is a totally conceptual paper at present. But when I researched my topic, which is related to PhD, I feel that the Indian market has still not accepted the new technologies. Now they are implementing at present, but they have not implemented. India is lacking little far about these technologies. Now, by reading the all literature reviews and conceptual papers from different sites, I have reviewed that yes, these technologies are actually giving so many benefits, though it is having some of the challenges to be faced by small and medium scale industries and enterprises. However, there is no such that suggestions I actually have founded while implementing the use of 4.0 technologies. At present, I'm currently researching on the new ways for relating or resolving these issues and implementing these technology in majorly in parameters or the different fields of India also. Ma'am, you can change the slide. Now the objective. When I have started this study, I have objected that yes, I have different more perspectives of new technologies that is used in different sectors. Especially when we talk about AI related concepts, I really wanted to know the impact of AI in different sectors, and to know the how VR and RPA also been implemented, and which are the impacts of it in the different countries and how they have implemented. Now, after knowing the future, after knowing by seeing the different technologies, it really motivates me to see the future of Industry 4.0, which is going to be a new concept, that is Industry 5.0 also, that is going to merge it out. Yes. Change the slide. Okay, this is totally based on the different research papers and the literature reviews that I have studied based on the specific concepts, and these are totally a conceptual paper. Yes, ma'am. Now, while studying different researches, it has seen that this concept is in India is developing. Now, many of the industries and many of the different sectors have started implementing these concepts in their work, at their workplaces. Now, even it has given me a more perspective that vocational education. Now, when I talk about the practicality of these technologies, the people should know about it in a practical way to how to implement it. So vocational education in these sectors is very important. Changing mindset of employees. Now, people over different countries have a different mindsets, and to implement these technology, we need to change the mindset of employees first, and then we can inculcate everything in that part, making organization culture more technological and advanced. Definitely, when we see that people are humans are doing a repetitive task and they are wasting time on the some of the administrative work, they're not concentrating on the strategic decision. So at that time, we need to make it more technological advanced parameters. Now, after seeing that, even the study says that there are even new ways and new issues that can bring it up in the Indian context that can challenge the people also. So even the literature reviews has mentioned the smart workforce with smart concept. This we need to develop in different contexts. You can change the slide now. Okay, when these technologies can be implemented, there should be an increased productivity, which can make remaining all competitiveness towards the employees also and the organizations also. Now, when we implement these technology, there should be a collaborative work system that we needed to implement while increasing or putting up the more of the increased knowledge sharing. Now, cost effective, being in technology implementation of this high level technology, it is not cost effective, but at the longer pass, when we say that, okay, if we say that it is going to be implemented for a longer time, it will reduce many of the different costs. So this is one of the benefit. Flexibility. Okay, when I talk about this flexibility, there are number of working hours that can be reduced if we put this technology in working conditions. Better customer experience. We have even seen that there are chatbots. When people are not there to answer the queries of the customers, we see that there are chatbots who are they are using artificial intelligence systems, and they are having a better customer experience and giving them a services of solving their doubts. Now, this has totally improved the quality level. So these are some of the benefits. You can change the slide. Okay, now challenges. One of the biggest challenge that people are facing throughout the world is cybersecurity issues. When I talk about cybersecurity issues, we have started using enormous technology, enormous internet services at present. So there are issues related to cybersecurity. Some accounts have been hacked, and some information has been taken up from the different levels. And this is one of the biggest crime that has been watched at present. Technical issues. Now, we see some of the nations are high qualified in technological part. They have a system of energizing, they are having systems which is automated. So there is no technical glitches. But when we talk about some of the countries which are having many of the technical issues, this could be a challenge for them to implement these technology. Increase of technology maintenance costs. Yes, if I talk about machines actually requires totally maintenance every specific time. So it can increase the technological cost or the maintenance cost also. Okay, a biggest challenge that people would face related to a mentality and the mindset that should be changed, that is by giving a training. So it can be sometimes that employees are not being understanding this and they are not ready to inculcate that technology part. handling data growth. Okay, when we see at present, there are different platforms that of gathering a data. While we have a compilation of huge data, that is very difficult to handle the data. Now machines can do it, humans at every present cannot do it. Using elements of artificial intelligence. Okay, artificial intelligence is one of the technology which is very strategically very difficult to be implemented. So it can be a little complex for them to use this technology in their organizations. Yes, ma'am, you can change the slide. Okay, implication and significance of results. When we implement all of these technologies, there would be a robot assisted production area that can be developed. Predictive maintenance. Okay, now we see that something maintenance that can be predicted and can be cost that should be reduced. Machine as a service. As I have given in chatbots as one of the examples, machines are giving a services to the people. Big data drive quality control. Now, when I see about the quality control part, this has shown that the quality can be improved when I talk about a data compilation. Production line simulation. We can build such a virtual world in which production line can be simulated and the production can be improved. Smart supply chain network that has been implemented almost in the top ranked companies of the world. Okay, ma'am, you can change the slide. Okay, conclusion. Now, when I talk about this, studying this implementation and strategy supported to Industry 4.0, it can give a birth to a new innovation. It can give a birth to a smart production, smart systems, smart supply chain, and internet-based communication controls. Now, when we talk about a future researchers activity, we'll need to address safety and security first. Now, which is going to be a big issue to implement these technology and to see a security part as one of the factor to be looked up very precisely. So this industry 4.0 is fascinating technology, and it can be decide whether in the future the organization will develop based on the production part. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Komal, and nice you have presented about the Industry 4.0 and you have explained very well that how the technology has entered in our life, and future also the technology is changing. But we are going, if we are getting opportunity in this technology, then we have a challenges also. So I think that we have to search that how we should face the challenges. Can you highlight something related with
challenges, right?
Challenges is perspective of, maybe Madam rightly pointed, in the perspective of Indian MSME.
Yes, actually, my topic is related to the HR. I'm doing my research in the HR. When I talked about some of the industries, and I've seen many of the researchers, I've talked with many of the people across the countries such as USA and Canada, where artificial intelligence is developing so high. So at that point of time, many of my students have said that when I talk about specifically some sectors, that is especially HR, we do not see that HR professionals or HR people are implementing this artificial intelligence related or virtual reality related concepts already been implemented. So mentality of the people is one of the challenge that
So there is a disturbance from the voice.
when you talk related with the HR, it means that it is going to be impact on the employees also.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Actually, yes, ma'am. It is going to be
how mentality can be changed, because if every person can change their mentality and they think that I have to be use the technology, so how?
Ma'am, actually, it even depends on the vision and mission of the goals of the organization. When the top executives implement these things in their upbringing or in their organization, the people given a training related to a new concepts which will help them and show them a benefits also. If we are showing a benefits to the people or the employees, they are if they are seeing that yes, the repetitive work that they are doing every now and then of putting up the entries and everything can be totally been stopped, just implementing a one simple concept, a one simple software into the system, and that can be reduced. So yes, when we train them, we aware them, and we can change the vision and you can say a goal of the organization which can be given or shared with employees. So yes, their mentality can be changed by that way also.
Thank you, Komal. And Dr. Tariq, if you have any question, please.
I have little bit the issue here. So what is the title of your presentation?
My title was the Industry 4.0 Technology, a no vision to a technology.
Okay. And then you want to focus on HR.
Yes, actually my main sector focusing is HR.
So,
but when we generalize this idea, these are the different technologies that has been built up across the world.
You must be aware the industry 4.0 is amalgamation of all technologies.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
and
sir, yes.
particularly you are focusing on AI and its application specific to HR. And then it is connected with the whole production system. So
Yes,
that comprehensive approach is also required. Particularly, how do you sense the different types of data from shop floor, also from offices, and then collecting such data for performances, maybe some kind of opinions, some kind of remarks, and then it can be processed as a part of HR analysis, or any behind that you can apply analytics, and their AI application can be used.
Yes, sir,
So,
yes.
so a lot of input is possible when Industry 4.0 across the production system has been used.
Okay, sir. I'll surely implement all these comments and I'll improve this part also.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashmi ma'am and Manoj sir, for your valuable inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Komal. It was a nice presentation.
Thank
So
you,
moving further, we are having with us Ms. Rabia. Ms. Rabia, are you there? Ms. Rabia Jabed, are you there? Okay, so next we are having with us Ms.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Okay, yeah, ma'am, you are audible. So are you sharing your PPTs by your own?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen here.
Okay, fine. So the paper title is Measuring Coordination of Monetary and Fiscal Policy in India.
Yes, ma'am. Wait, I'm doing this slideshow. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This side, Rabia Javed. I'm research scholar at Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. The title of my paper is Measuring Coordination of Monetary and Fiscal Policy in India. The keywords here are coordination coefficient, policy mix, and extent of coordination. Now, with policy mix, we know it is the combination of monetary and fiscal policy, like with loose fiscal policy and easy monetary policy, or loose fiscal policy with tight monetary policy, or vice versa. And here, coordination is defined as the course of actions and policy frameworks of two institutions depend on each other. However, the question of coordination depends when the policies or when the institutions are operationally independent. The extent of coordination will give us the coordination coefficient here. And we see here the variables of our study. We have two proxy variables assigned. For monetary policy, we have the proxy variable as currency GDP ratio. And for fiscal policy, we have the proxy variable as net RBI credit to the center. Now, this is the first study on Indian economy to measure coordination between monetary and fiscal policy. The paper is time series annual data from 1991 to 2020, and it investigates the extent of coordination between the two in India. The methodologies derived from these two papers, in which the monetary and fiscal policy coordination in case of Pakistan by Hanif. This study is carried out in 2010, and the latest study in case of Egypt, it has been carried out in 2016. Now, the interaction between the two policies, the foremost study was done by Sargent and Wallace in 1981, and it emphasized that how the fiscal discipline is important as precondition for monetary stability. The hypothesis and objectives of the study: there is lack of coordination between the monetary and fiscal policy in India. And the objective here in this paper is to examine the extent of coordination between the two in post-reform period in India. We will also assess the sub-period wise Indian economy, as which period has shown coordination or lack of coordination. Now, the research methodology, the nature of the study is secondary data. The data is derived from a Handbook of Statistics, RBI. The coordination between the two policies can be measured as: first, stationarity test has been conducted on select variables. And then if it is found to be integrated of order 1, then we will apply ahead the co-integration and causality test. This data analysis has been done on Stata. Secondly, we know that output stability and price stability are the main indicators of prosperous economy, and the GDP growth rate and inflation rate will give us the good picture of economic performance. Shocks to these indicators will represent macroeconomic imbalance, which will imply necessitating effective coordination of policies. Now, here we have the two matrix. First is labeled as macroeconomic environment matrix. It gives us the 4 possible combinations of positive and negative shocks to output and price stability. Now, our first phase, that is the positive shock, this is defined as increase in GDP from its sample average and increase in price level from its threshold level. And similarly, we have the other the other phases as positive, negative shock. Then we have the negative, positive shock, and last phase labeled as stagflationary phase, which we have the negative shock for both GDP growth and inflation. Now, the second matrix is policy response matrix. Then, in order to tackle these positive shocks, we to both growth and inflation, then we have this monetary policy and fiscal policy should be contractionary in nature. Just the counter-cyclical policies should be adopted. So this will give us the policy response matrix. Moving ahead, we will see that how the coordination is measured by this formula, where this P is the extent of coordination and T is the time period taken here, which is 30 years. And the value of P ranges from 0 to 1, where 0 means no coordination, 1 means perfect coordination. Now, moving ahead with the results of our study, the empirical findings, we find out that the two variables, the currency GDP ratio and net RBI credit to center, this Z value is more than this 5% critical value. So we see that both the variables are integrated of order 0, that is, they are stationary. So that is why we have established the independence test. Now we will move forward and we will categorize according to GDP growth and inflation data, this macroeconomic environment matrix. Now, from this, we have the another matrix, that is policy response matrix. This policy response matrix has been calculated as from the two variables which we have taken as the proxy variables earlier. Monetary policy, in case of monetary policy, it was currency GDP ratio, and in case of fiscal policy, it was this net RBI credit to center. So a positive change here, it means the variables represent an expansionary stance, and a negative change here represents contractionary stance. So according to this, when we, from the formula, we have calculated, so the extent of coordination from 1990 to 2020, we have as 0.3 in case of Indian economy. And then a coordination coefficient of sub-periods of Indian economy. We have divided this 3 decades time period into 7 sub-periods. And from the, we have calculated the coordination coefficient from this methodology. So we have found that the 2 sub-periods, that is from 1999 to 2000 to 2002, 2003, and the last quadrant, that is 2017-18 to 2019-20, has showed absolute no coordination or lack of coordination, with coordination coefficient as 0. Now, the conclusion of this paper is that this paper found out that monetary and fiscal policy has been executed independently throughout the study period of 30 years, and the coordination coefficient is found to be close to 0, that is 0.3. There have been few instances of policy coordination while addressing the prevailing economic conditions. So the policy prescription here is that what we already know is that having simultaneous expansionary fiscal policy and monetary policy, which should be most beneficial for an economy experiencing a recession or an economic slack. Similarly, a coordinated contractionary mix, or you can say the tight monetary and fiscal policy mix, would work best when inflationary pressures are dominant or in reducing a positive output gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabia. And you have explained related with the monetary fiscal policy.
Yes.
And you have mentioned it that how in the Indian economy, monetary policy and fiscal policy is supporting.
Yes.
And you have took the data from 1991 to 2020, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you have not mentioned anywhere. Even I think that you have did the study of the Niti Aayog, because Niti Aayog has been established since 1st January 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
So after the establishment of the Niti Aayog, all the policies has been changed.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you highlight something related with the Niti Aayog? Because that if you go in the Indian economy, now Niti Aayog is a very important part. And if we go in the Indian economy,
yes, ma'am,
then in everywhere, Niti Aayog is important.
Yes, ma'am. No doubt about it. Niti Aayog, and it has been established in 2015. So, ma'am, you want to know about the current policy?
Yes, when we are coming in the policy, when you are discussing related with the monetary policy and fiscal policy,
yes, ma'am,
then in your research, you have to add Niti Aayog also.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Ma'am, actually, it is in my last chapter. It's actually a small section of one of my chapter, which I have presented right now.
No issue, no issue.
Yes,
and
thank you so
because
much.
When we are talking related with the policies, that time not much more, but you have to mention little bit, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Definitely, I will, ma'am. Actually,
you.
I'm in my last chapter right now, which is the policy prescription. So I will definitely include this, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And if any other panelists have any question, please. Thank you, Rabia.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. It was a nice presentation, and thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable inputs.
I think Dr. Jatin raised the hand.
Yes, sir. Sir is here with us.
Yeah. If you have a 30-40 seconds, if I can say, thank you for the opportunity.
Sure,
I just
sir.
have an observation in general, is that a lot of literature reviews coming from journals. But unfortunately, what I see is that it would be nice if the authors would look at international top ranking journals, especially FT ranking journals, which is Financial Times top 50, and CABS ranking, which is Chartered Association of Business Schools. So that way, the quality of literature review becomes robust, and therefore your research gap also becomes unique. And second observation, just by changing the country is not a research gap. Someone argue that, oh, this research has happened in USA or Canada, but has not happened in India, therefore it is great. That is not so. Gravitational force, apple falls from the tree, is same everywhere in the world. So that is not uniqueness. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jatin sir. It was really wonderful things for us. Next, we are having with us Mr. Mustaba Hedri. Sir, are you there?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I request all presenters to start their videos.
My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible, and I also request you to on your video.
Okay, ma'am. I think I have, ma'am, maybe I have some problem. I'm not sure. I'm not able to.
Okay, sir, sure. You can continue now.
Can you, ma'am, see my my PowerPoint?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it scroll? Is the scrolling?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Hello to all.
You are audible, sir. You can start your presentation.
So my title is about
Sir, are you there?
Please go ahead and convert your, just start your slideshow. You have to start slideshow and share that.
Sir, if you want, we can also share it. If you are having any kind of technical issue, please let us know. Mr. Mustaba, are you there? Okay, so
He is not audible. He is not
sir,
audible.
may I call the next presenter in that case?
Hello, Mr. Mustafa.
Sir, I think he is not able to connect.
He is, but not.
Yes, sir. So, sir, may I call the next
Earphone and
participant in that case?
Earphone and mic is not connected.
Okay, so Mr. Mustafa, please stop sharing your screen. We will take your presentation further. No issue if you are having any kind of technical glitch. Can you hear me? Next, we are having with us Mr. Krishnakant Yadav. KK sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I am here.
Okay, sir. So, are you sharing your PPTs?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Please give me permission for sharing the slides.
Mr. Mustafa, are you there? I request you to please stop sharing your screen.
Host should do that.
Yeah, you can make me co-host.
Yes, KK sir, you can
Yes.
share it now. So the paper title is Personalized Recommendation System Using Collaboration Filtering Approach.
First of all, good morning to all panelists. Good morning to all of you. Myself, Krishnakant Yadav. I'm presenting the paper that is about the personalized recommender system using collaborative filtering approach. So first of all, we must to know about the recommendation system or recommender system.
Please run your slideshow.
Sir, yes.
And share that window.
Okay, sir. Sir, is that visible?
No, now it is.
Yes, sir. First of all, we have to know about the recommender system. What is the recommender system? So recommender system or recommendation system is basically used to recommendation the things over the internet, over the general views. For example, two different things must be there. First is user profile, that is the user information about any area, and then particular set of items or particular products which the user recommend to others also. They use all the products as well as recommends. So user profile compared to the set of items or set of products. The products may be or items may be anything, maybe any movie, maybe any article, any book, any product, anything else. So recommended items user will like. Definitely anyone can recommend the product if he or she like the product, so it will recommend to the other also. So what is the reason of personalization? What is the personalization or personalized recommender system? So personalization refers the user adaptive system. User has adapted the system, user had adapted the things, and then it can be recommended to other also. So user profile is there. So that is the interaction is adapted based on data about an individual user. For example, personal website. For example, any particular article, any movie, any recommendation product, etc. So what is exactly recommender system? So everything is a recommendation. If we have any positive point in our mind, and if we have positive scenario about any things, we can recommend to other also. So everything is a recommendation in this real world. So basically two thirds of movies watched by Netflix customers are recommended movies. Or we can say 38% of the click-through rates on Google News are recommended links. Or we can say 35% of sales at Amazon arise from recommended products. So basically a recommendation system is it is also called system also, or recommendation engine, or recommendation engine. It is also called the engine because whole processing will be done in that part. So it is a subclass of information filtering system that seeks to predict the rating or preference a user would give to an item. They are primarily used in commercial applications. So recommendation is the recommendation engine, use the recommendation engine, and basically it is the rating or give the preferences where the user like the product, user like the items. So in technical terms, in technical systems, we can say a recommendation engine problem is to develop basically the recommendation, several recommendation is there, a big data, a huge data is there, but main problem will be arise in that point, how it will be filtered. Definitely, we have to use some filtering technique. For example, Amazon.com, the website use item to item filtering technique. That website is based on, that website is developed on the concept of item to item filtering. So that is the different filtering technique to select the particular item, to recommend the item, and we all of us knows that how it work, how it processed. So in technical terms, a recommendation engine problem is to develop a mathematical model or objective function which can predict how much a user will like an item. For example, U is the set of users and I is the set of items. So then F equal to objective function and measures the usefulness of item I to user U. That is given by F tends to U into I tends to R. That is R is the recommended products or items. For each user U, we want to choose the item I that maximizes the objective function. So now that is the concept of the recommender system. As we know that there are very huge amount of information will be there. So definitely some filtering techniques, definitely we have to apply some filtering techniques. So recommendation system is basically falls into two categories or three categories mainly. Basically, third category is hybrid, that is the mixture of content and collaborative. So main two techniques are there, content-based filtering technique and collaborative filtering technique. We talk about the collaborative filtering technique. And the mixture of good these two things, the good things will be adopted by the content, by the collaborative, that is hybrid filtering techniques. So again, collaborative filtering is that falls into two categories, that is memory-based filtering technique and model-based filtering technique. Memory-based filtering technique is the again falls into two categories, that is item-based or user-based. According to the items, it will be recommended, or according to the user, it will be recommended. Model-based filtering technique use several data mining techniques, use several data mining or data warehouse techniques. They may be clustering technique, they may be any association technique, they may be neural networks, Bayesian network, fuzzy logic, soft computing, each and everything. So they are based on the model-based filtering technique. So we know that there are some content-based filtering technique, collaborative-based filtering technique, and hybrid-based filtering technique, some demographic-based filtering technique, knowledge-based filtering technique. So different filtering technique are there. They use according to their different criteria. Now suppose that we have used one system that is rating the product between two users. So user 1 and user 2 is there, and M1 representing movie, that is the movie Ebenezer, and movie is there, and user 2 again recommended M1, movie 1, movie 2, movie 3. So like this, they are recommended, they give the rating. Now suppose that from 1 to 5, the user 1 give the 5 rating, user 2 also give the 5 rating, user 1 give 5 rating to movie 2, and user 2 also give the 5 rating to the movie 2, and user 1 give the 4 rating to the movie 3, and user 2 give the rating to the rating 4 to the movie 3. So like this, they can recommend, they can give the their particular suggestion, particular recommendation to the things. Okay, so like this, that is the recommendation they given by the different users. So now suppose that user 1 give the rating. Now that is a different rating. User 1 give different rating. User 2 give the different rating to the any particular movie. That may be any genre will be there. Genre function will be there. So they will be any adventure movie, any thriller movie, any comedy movie, like this. So give their different recommendations. So basically, the user suffers some limitations also. So problems in building recommendation systems. So commonly there are commonly 3 types of recommendation problems. There are several problems, but basically there are 3 types of recommendation problems which occur. They are cold start problem, they are data sparsity, and synonymy. Maybe other more problems will be there, but these are the few important things which arise in the recommendation system, because we know that it consists very huge amount of data. So what is cold starting problem? Cold starting, as the name shows, cold start. Some users are cold. Cold means now they do not give more recommendation. They are cold start. Like this, it refers to when items added to the catalog have either none or very little interaction. Cold starting. So they have none interaction or they have very little interaction. So here the confusion is this: any particular customer, any particular user did not find any particular recommendation, any particular suggestion. So this is the problem mainly for collaborative filtering algorithms. It will arise in the collaborative filtering algorithms due to the fact that they rely on the items interaction to make recommendation. So here the cold starting problem will be there. In data sparsity problem arise. Generally, it refers to the difficulty in finding sufficient reliable similar information or similar user, since in general the active users only rated a small portion of items. a small number of items, a small number of products they have suggested. So cold start, meanwhile, we know that in cold start problem or cold start refers to the difficulty in generating accurate recommendation for the cold users who only rated a small number of items. Next problem will be arise, that is synonymy. As the name suggests, synonymy, that means two different things, two word have same meaning. For example, kids cloth, or for example, baby clothes. So kids clothes is also or baby clothes. So they have, if we search like this in the particular recommendation website, so they generally produce synonymy issue. So it arises when an item is represented with two or more different names or entries having similar meaning. Yes, as I told you, in such case, the recommender system identify whether the terms represent different items or the same items. So definitely this will be arise some issues. So these are the few common issues arised in the recommendation system. Now suppose now forward, there are some common method to solve this. So method to use in recommendation system, several algorithms are there, as we know that. So some method is there. So we can use that different data mining algorithms, different clustering, different association, different rule mining techniques are there. Different algorithms work according to the different conditions. So when our individual likes or dislike are not used for custom suggestions. View the products which we might buy, even if we have never been on the website. Population behavior can be used to guide suggestion. Other people like this, therefore we will probably like it too. It is more recommended. Other people, if we give more positive points, so definitely we have in our mind, yes, this product is right also. So now suppose that we have two type of entities, input X and output Y or target Y. So input X, we can take input the user attributes, just in for example, name, age, location, working profession, etc., and product attributes. So that is the screen resolution, how it looks, RAM, etc. In target Y or output Y, now suppose that we have condition if we will buy the product or not. Either we can buy or not. What will we rate the product? What is the rating has given by the other customers or other users? And predictions can be used to rank or sort the items. So like this, we can use with these items. So now suppose that these are the given by the users, and these are the particular products. We have in the form of columns the users, and in the form of rows we have the particular items. So different ratings, for example 1 to 10. So different ratings are there, or maybe in some cases the rating may be missing. The rating may be 0. In somehow we have seen that is the 0. Here is 0, and no recommendation is given. So that's why for calculating this, 0 is adopted. And like this, it is recommended different users. So they give different suggestions. One approach is there, that is collaborative filtering based on personalization. So personalization or personalized recommendation system, that is user adapted system. Personalization method on the user's needs. So they basically purpose of such type of study, such type of algorithms, such type of things is there to design a decision-making system to develop recommendation for content based on collaborative filtering, taking into account the individual needs of the use. To achieve the goal, the following task will be set, such as establish common operating requirements for system maintenance to develop recommendations for content that distribute commercial content on the internet. Create a way, next one is create a way to personalize economic content according to the user requirements, according to the user needs, or to develop a software or system or program to distribute commercial space on the internet space based on collaborative filtering and machine learning things. So these are the things which we need to work, which we have to use, and we can organize, we can recommend the terms according to the specific algorithms. So that is from my side. Thank you very much. These are some references of the paper. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Krishnakant. So you have really taught very wonderfully, and this is collection. Is it your I mean, is it a research problem?
Yes, sir. It is a research problem. Definitely, it is a research problem, and definitely so many algorithms are there which we work on that.
So, just would like to understand. So, where the machine learning that you think is possible, and you have created. If you can just go to the last but one slide before references, one more back. One more, that matrix you have. Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So now, how do you process ahead?
These are
And to whom you will recommend?
Sir, basically, these are the ratings given by the user, and this is the just a snapshot of the ratings. There are large amount of information, and the users gives positive, negative, the ratings, high ratings, low ratings also. So it is the main thing is this task is very difficult to organize, to manage such type of data. Otherwise, there is an algorithm or there are some algorithms to apply that data, so they can filter the result. For example, in social networking side, user trust is there. If suppose that a user trust me or user trust, so then it can be filtered out. And a user who does not trust, for example, in the Facebook, we know it will represent you may know, you may like this, you may know that. If we know that person, we can give the friend request to that person. If we don't know them or know that person, we don't give the any friend request to that person. So like this, we need to filter out such issues. That is the main problem in that cases.
So what I suggest, your research, I mean, starting point should be from these slides onwards.
Yes.
So you have defined some framework. I think a topic was framework. So define.
Yes,
sir.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
But the actual research starts from there, and there should be another input. Maybe application of machine learning. So considering whoever other users in the group, so machine learning will give you the gist of their, you can say, what they like and what they don't like, and accordingly there should be a proper input to recommend appropriate something.
Definitely, sir. Such type of problems can be solved with the use of machine learning. Definitely, sir. You give the right suggestion. Definitely. Sir.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Rashmi ma'am, any question?
No comments. No comments.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much, KK sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so next we are having with us Mr. Mustafa, and now he is connected.
Sorry, because of inconvenience.
No issue, sir. No issue. Please continue.
Ma'am, do you just share my slides? Do you have?
Just 1 second, sir.
Because if I do the same, maybe. Thank you very much. So the topic is a conceptual artificial intelligence application framework and performance appraisal. Next, ma'am. Keywords: artificial intelligence, performance appraisal, performance management, human resource management. So yes, I'm using artificial intelligence in this study to all kind of techniques and technologies, which is trying to replace human with machine in non-repetitive tasks. Next, ma'am. Variables of this study: artificial intelligence and performance appraisal. And the prominent researchers, Mr. Ashwin, and I have chosen one work of each person from Mr. Ashwin application, applying artificial intelligence application for recruitment. Mr. Stephen from Germany, artificial intelligence techniques in human resource management, a conceptual exploration. Mr. Herman from George Washington University, performance management, it's a book. And also Miss Sima, using machine learning to translate application work history into predictors of performance and turnover from University of British Columbia. Next, ma'am.
Let us focus on you have listed that great, very nice. Let us go ahead.
Okay, next research gap. Using AI in human resource management doesn't have long record. Though we have research papers on general topics like AI and HRM, but not specifically about AI and performance appraisal or even performance management. I have to confess that this study is just conceptual paper. In order to explore AI and performance appraisal, we need to go further and use quantitative data. Next, ma'am. I have three objectives. First, to identify the artificial intelligence techniques which use in performance appraisal, to explore the benefits of implementing artificial intelligence in various functions of human resource management, especially performance appraisal. And third, to develop a conceptual framework of application of AI in performance appraisal. Next, ma'am. Research methodology. I suggest conceptual framework to show relationship between AI and performance appraisal. Relevant information and data were collected from secondary data sources. And furthermore, the study was on the basis of a review of literature. Various books, websites, journals, and publications were referred to identify factors related to artificial intelligence techniques, as well as their relationship with performance appraisal. Next, ma'am. Result of appraisal have positive and robust relationship. There's a number of studies just suggesting the same. Furthermore, this certification performance appraisal will lead to low organizational performance and high employee turnover. Also, there's a number of papers which are suggesting the same. Intelligence system can increase certification by automating the process and increase transparency and decrease human intervention will lead to elimination or at least decrease in bias. Why I use decrease in bias? Because maybe we have some bias in AI also. So our first attempt is to eliminate bias in performance appraisal, but it's possible to have some bias in AI also. AI and continuous assessment. AI receive data from employee activity, and not just that, but also feedbacks from different stakeholders. So AI is able to give insights on employee task achievements, improve level, and also suggest for further improvements. Next, ma'am. In left hand side, there's a figure which I taken from Deloitte. So it's showing continuous performance management, which typically organizations are using. So they're using performance check between 2 to 4 weeks. And also in right hand side, there's a my conceptual framework. So if we use performance appraisal certification using AI in certifying in increasing certification of performance appraisal, and also using AI to make a continuous assessment in performance appraisal, we will have analyze and also analyze on achievements by using AI, and also not just that, but also we can have insights of AI on achievements, and also not achievement but failure also. Next, ma'am. Significance of the study. During pandemic, some scholars suggested that companies shouldn't conduct performance appraisal. Even Facebook just suspended performance appraisal. Though number of scholars were not agreed. If you look at before pandemic, there was ample objections on a whole performance appraisal system. One of the objections were the lack of fairness and also human bias. And during the pandemic, conducting appraisal itself was a challenge, because how you can measure the performance of an employee, which you can just see that person because that person working from home. AI has also AI has a solution for both problems. I mean, for bias and for conducting performance appraisal in that crisis situation. In this study, I have tried to give some solutions to eliminate bias and also to automate and make continuous process. So it is the way to conduct appraisal in every situation, because you have AI. You don't need to you don't need to use a human, and instead you're using artificial intelligence, whether it is crisis situation like pandemic or not. Next, ma'am. Conclusion. In order to reach the real potential of AI in performance appraisal, we have a long way to go. AI is used in different ways in conducting performance appraisal. It enables HR managers to focus more on a strategic decision than repeated tasks, support their decision by data, reduce bias, and increase performance appraisal specification. Using AI technology in performance appraisal practice are increasing day by day, and COVID-19 has accelerated the same since 2020. Finally, sooner or later, organizations will use AI and automate performance appraisal, and this has already begun. Thank you very much.
Very good. I mean, the topic is very good, but I think we need to explore further how exactly AI need to be applied here, because there should not be a misconception of only digitized way collecting the data is just we are using the term AI. So AI should be beyond that. So can you just explain any one parameter? So where, because AI is beyond the data collection, right? For example, you are asking before appraisal, you are asking, so submit your all proofs. So what you have learned, how many deadlines you have met, those were assigned to you. Okay, how many certificates you have gathered. Now all these things are collected in a data. Okay, and but this is readily available, so one can view, suppose HR and their superiors and the 360-degree feedbacks and all. But since by collecting from digital medium, we cannot call we are using or implementing AI system.
Sir, let me tell. Okay, for example, when organizations started to just work from home, so it was really difficult or somehow impossible to just review and appraise the employee. So AI, what happened, sir, in India itself? So AI track the monitor or track the activity of employees. So it was not possible because it's not just getting the data, sir. So
no, it is possible, very much possible. So how many times someone logged in, that data is there, but from that we have to understand the sincerity level, even the behavior. I mean, how the human observer could identify the personal traits, you can say overall personality and integrity with the organization, then punctuality, then there's so many parameters. So yes, there are some parameters where, I mean, without collecting data and directly asking from the employee, so performance can be judged. And for that, AI beyond our regular data collection, we have to make use of such systems. So we can observe the pattern, behavior, and then based upon that, we can take some kind of input to understand their performance.
Yes, sir. I want to confess that this was conceptual, and as I said, there was no much research about AI and performance appraisal. Yes, the organization are using, but there's no much research on that. So I'm trying to just go further.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah. Again, I would like to one question that again, your study is related with the artificial intelligence with human resource, and you were showing related with the performance, right? So this is a very big discussion. We have discussed earlier also that if artificial intelligence and robot is coming in our life, and you are discussing related with the HRM, so what will be the impact of the human being? This is a big issue, and in your research, it's true that you have tried to find out a literature review and you didn't found, but I see that all are moving toward the HR, but AI is in everywhere, in each and every sector. So how
Very
you will
good, sir.
focus and how the human being will be a habitual, and if the people are going to be lose their job, so what to do? Because see, we are doing our study, we are doing the research related with the topic, but we have to find the solution also. Basically, research means to find the solution. Now in yours, in this study, you have mentioned related with the HRM. So what is the solution?
Ma'am, in this study, I have just I just stressed upon two things. First, continuous assessment, and also eliminating bias, not more than that. But yes, using AI in HRM is very difficult because I have read the news. AI just terminate a person which that it shouldn't that. So yes, there's a much problem, but as I said, I'm going forward to just make up research using data, not conceptual and literature. So yes, ma'am, there's issues, but I have in this paper just I'm telling about continuous, how we are using AI to.
Mr. Mustafa, yes, there are so many. So why these companies are providing their own laptops to the employee? Okay, so in such laptops, specialized laptops, there are some spies inside. Okay, spy softwares, or you can say performance measurement softwares. And without knowing the users, they monitor your performance. When did you log in? Then how many times during the duty hours you have referred the site, particularly shares, and how many times you have mailed to the competitors, and how many times you have submitted CV elsewhere. Okay, so this spy software gives continuous input, and that is related with the appraisal systems. And now this is the practice since last 10-12 years. I mean, more than that, I'm sure. So AI is now very much even in HR also. And definitely you need to refer a lot of literature before again identify some parameters where you want to make use of these AI systems. Okay, fine.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you
All the
very
best.
much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, Rashmi ma'am. This thing we have already discussed in the panel discussion also, that somehow the human resources need to be included in the AI context, because if we are not having that much kind of influence over there, so somehow the condition of the world would be much in the worst situation. So thank you so much for these valuable words. Thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa. Next, I would like to call Mr. Satish Bansal, sir. Sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you sharing your PPTs?
Yes, yes.
The paper title is Detection of Oral Cancer in MRI Image Using Soft Computing Approaches. The serial number is IC 157.
Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, very good morning to all panelists and our participants. And this is a very simple conceptual paper in which we focus regarding the detection of oral cancer in MRI images using soft computing approach. So mainly we are focusing on three important terms. First, oral cancer. If we talk about the oral cancer, so we understand here that now in mainly in developing country like India, most of the people are suffering from these kind of the cancer, because oral cancer is basically main reasons like smoking, tobacco, alcohol. These kind of the product are consumed by most of the people. So these kind of the problems is rapidly increasing. So that's why we are using this oral cancer. And in that oral cancers, there are many different kind of the disease we found, like if we talk about the tongue cancer, lip cancer, and so there are many different things. So that's why we are focusing such oral cancer. Second, MRI image. Now we talk about MRI image. So obviously we know that there are a lot of medical modalities we are using for research purpose, like CT scan, MRI, PT, X-ray. But obviously, we talk about the MRI. So this is the one of the very good medical modalities we are focusing. We are trying to detect those parts we have such kind of the cancers we can find out. So that's why we are using the MRI image, because in case of the MRI images, obviously it is a very painless and non-imaging modality as compared to the CT and PT detections. And third is the soft computing approach. So I think today is the time of the AI, and AI using everywhere. So that's why we are focusing on ML and DL, machine learning and deep learning approaches, and through we can detect the oral cancers. And my main focus to detect the tongue cancer. Now we are working on the CNN. We try to develop the convolutional neural network in the deep learning. So my experiment is going now. So we are focusing, and we are basically try to find the results for the tongue cancer. So we are developing the CNN model, and obviously we know that fuzzy logic, CNN, and genetic algorithm, these all are the basically branches of soft computing. So that's why we use CNN model, because CNN model is basically predict the particular cancer in malignant say or not. So that's why. So this is the some basic conceptual paper we are using here, and we try to find the gap. Now we are basically developed the such kind of the CBDS system. CBDS system is a computer-based detection systems. So we develop such kind of the system by using CNN. So that's why we can find the cancer at the early stages, so doctor can basically resolve, and we can basically solve that problem. So this is the about in my papers. So in that case, we basically use RM, and in that case, obviously we use a lot of images. Now these images are already in Kaggle repository system, and even National Cancer Library is basically use a lot of images for the tongue cancers. So we basically use thousands of images, and we apply the CNN model. So that CNN model basically use the four kind of the basically terms of convolutional layer, then ReLU, and then activation function, and then polling, and then we can basically find the features from the input images, and we train the system. So that system basically predict for the next images. So we can find out now that particular image is basically cancer or not. So that kind of the methodology we are trying to develop in my paper. So this is all about from my sides, and I hope this is the starting, but we are developing such kind of the system. So this is all about. Thank you, ma'am.
Very interesting, Mr. Satish. Okay.
Yes, sir.
My simple question is that when you have to train the model, suppose there are 100 cancer patients already, you know, and their images are there in repository.
Okay.
Do you have, I mean, could you find those images when they were not identified as a cancer patient?
Sir, that's
last 3 years, the tongue images or the oral images, okay, inside, and is there any repository then before detecting cancer, and gradually they are declared they are cancer patients at this moment, and whether such type of data you could get to train your machine?
Actually, sir, we are collecting these kind of the images, and obviously in that case we have to use the ratio of 80 and 20. We using the 80% of training data. So we develop the model in such a way that we can train the data, and obviously accuracy can be vary, because
but well, you can identify now those who are reached and those who have reached to the stage but they are not detected, isn't it?
It may be now because it depends on the training model. because
So
we have
training, suppose you have 100 images of 100 cancer patients, already they are declared as a patient, cancer patient, maybe stage 2. Okay, stage 2, stage 1, and they are detected. And then you want to claim or you want to develop a system even before, as soon as they start developing the cancer, you want to identify if they are just because of some complaints based upon that patient. Okay, so but for that you need to have very systematic images data even before how one cancer patient developed. So maybe the 1,000 such cancer patients develop.
Obviously, we have to increase the number of images, and obviously, if we want to try the robust system, so in that case, we have to train our system in a lot of images. So that's why we can basically predict.
So you have image of all the cancer patients only, isn't it?
Yes. No, not cancer and non-cancer both. We are
cancer
and non-cancer. We
but
train
in
our
training,
model.
then in training you have to use the cancer patients only.
But the problem is that suppose if we are only using the cancer images, so in that case, system cannot identify now which images is cancer or which images is not cancer. So that's why we train the model for both kind of the images. We are giving,
and I think you have to regroup differently. You can discuss with your guide. Okay, but can you show any image you have?
Yes, sir.
If you have any image of cancer,
like this one.
Which is it MRI image?
This is the MRI image. Yes.
Of tongue only.
No, not in this. We are basically using mouth. Actually, we are focusing mouth. Yes.
Very. Now, this is very much required. The research is required, but there are a lot of problems. So if you can get success, that will be really very useful.
Actually, one CBDS system already developed by the Wipro, and they are basically detecting the diabetes patient by using the X-ray.
Is somewhat easy because they are working on different data, isn't it? There are no images.
They are using the X-ray image. They are using the X-ray images, and they are detect the diabetes patients.
X-ray of what?
X-ray of I think liver. Liver, yes.
No, liver X-ray nahi hoga. Okay, okay, that we will discuss. But if you can do this, that will be the fantastic research. But I think lot of input is required.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Satish, sir. So next I would like to call Mr. Balram. Sir, are you there? Dr. Balram Bora.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Sir, we are not having your PPTs. So are you sharing your PPTs?
No, madam, I have already sent, madam.
It's
a technical problem. I am unable.
Sir, can you please share it to me on the mail ID?
No, I have already sent, no, madam.
Sir, have you shared it on Gunjan.Dwivedi?
Yeah. Yes, madam, I have sent.
Just 1 second, sir. Sir, sorry, I have not received. Can you please share it again?
Okay, madam, I will try. I'll try. Madam.
Okay, so sir, meanwhile, I am calling the next presenter over here.
Okay.
So, Dr. Vikram K. Joshi, are you there?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir, are you sharing your PPTs?
Yes, just a minute.
Okay. So the paper title is Data-Driven Approach for Banking, Key to Sustainable Business.
Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning, all the jury members and the participants. I'm Dr. Vikram Ketoshi, and I'm presenting my brief idea in terms of a small paper, and that is a data-driven approach for banking, key to sustainable business. Now, this particular approach or this particular type of thing came to my mind because I was thinking about the question. We are always discussing about industry 4.0, but the fundamental question which comes to my mind, are we ready for adopting industry 4.0? So when I look at a specific sector like banking, so I came across certain facts and figures in terms of the financial inclusion indices or indexes. Recently, RBI said that the financial inclusion in India is around, say, 53.4%. Then we have the CRISIL Inclusex, which measures the financial inclusion index, and it also says that it is around, say, we have achieved only up to, say, 58%. So at least we have started measuring something. We have started capturing something in the form of metrics. And this metrics is providing the insight with regard to how much success we have achieved in terms of financial inclusion, in terms of reaching to the people, in terms of bringing those people or bringing the people in the mainstream of the economy, etc. So with this particular conception in my mind, I started investigating and making some sort of inquiry into this particular aspect. And that is the reason I started thinking about the data-driven approaches, the big data, digital banking, and all such things. So these are the keywords which came to my mind. And then I started looking for certain literatures, and then I found that the people, they are using the banking, digital banking services because they have the low transaction costs. They can be done without barrier of time and space constraints. Then the process experience also makes the people to use the services. Then I also came across certain very few literatures wherein big data analytics is used by certain banks or some organizations to solve or to get the solutions to the day-to-day problems, especially the tactical issues. Then certain studies also concluded that perceived usefulness, attitude towards the service, ease of use has positive impact on perceived usefulness of digital banking services. And then the study by Hung also says big data analytics has the potential to improve the marketing and risk management performance. And this can differentiate the customer solutions, help sustain profits, and can create new business values for the organization. Also, customer related factors can be identified or customer related factors like identifying the needs, understanding the lifestyles, associated risk of fraud, and identifying the corrective actions. These are some of the things that can be done through the data analytics, the big data analytics, etc. These are certain, say, studies which I came across while looking for this particular, say, approach or looking for this particular type of problem. And that is why what I found is there are certain studies on digital, say, bankings and services provided, and they use very traditional survey-based approach. Then I also came across certain studies wherein I found the big data analytics to identify the problems. And then I came to my understanding that now the demographic and geographical factors are not the barriers or the reasons for the use of technology. Now the things are going beyond this. Everybody is using the technology because now the economy is moving towards the knowledge economy in the era of, say, Industry 4.0. And that is the reason my sincere effort here is to use the certain data which is available, inquire into it, investigate, and understand whether we can identify the type of users, we can whether predict the usage pattern of the users, the intentions of the customers while using that particular service, etc., and whether the data can be used for say some sort of improvement in the services and taking, say, certain future courses of actions in terms of decision making and forward planning. So my study is at very nascent stage right now, But this particular investigation really brought to me certain facts and certain, say, insights with regard to certain, say, important aspects or the dimensions of, say, the data-driven approaches. My objective of the study is basically to understand the usage pattern of digital platforms of banking. So my objective here is to look for these things in terms of data-driven approaches. And number two, understanding the types of users using the digital platform and evaluate the intentions to use based on the usage pattern so that the insights can be obtained with regard to improvement in the services and also the future courses of actions. So my directional hypothesis is here, data-driven analytics significantly help in understanding the usage patterns, type of users and intention to use. So let's see how this can be done. So the research methodology, the nature of study basically is a causal type of study wherein I'm trying to just find out a relationship between the usage pattern over a period of time or over a train period, etc. So sampling design here, there is no as such sample selected. I have taken the data of the total banks, but the future study, the future scope of study is wherein I can take the different banks, the like the banks from public sector, foreign banks, private banks, then cooperative banks, and several other things or other banks for the sake of study. So this is based on total bank values. The tools, yes. Okay, so tools for data collection, I have used the secondary data, and this is obtained from the website of RBI from the annual data 2020 and the annual data 2020-21, which is available in public domain in RBI website. And I have taken some, say, attributes of digital banking services like NEFT transactions, then RTGS and IMPS, UPI, credit cards, debit cards. So it's the volume and value I have taken, and this I have taken for two different types of periods. One annual data, 17-18 to 2021, and say second set is the monthly data from January 2020 to October 2021. So this I did for almost most of the variables. Only one variable for which the annual data was available, that is UPI. I briefly share the data also. So tools for data analysis, what I tried to do here, I tried to predict the trend. I have taken some, say, descriptive analytics bar graphs, but these bar graphs I have avoided in this particular presentation. Predictive analytics, so under this I used regression models, and what I used here is the semi-log model. This is, you can see here the semi-log model, and this is this uses log on the left hand side, and semi-log models, they can be used for predicting the growth of any particular value. So since NEFT, RTGS, MPS, I'm trying to project the growth of these variables, and that is the reason over a period of time how they are increasing, how they are growing. This I can better interpret based on the semi-log regression models, and that is the reason I use this particular type of analytic tool, data analytics tool. And the results of the study are like here. First of all, I have taken the NEFT data. This NEFT transactions are mostly performed by the retail banking customers, and these retail banking customers may be any individual user or individual, say, normal customer like you and me, or these customers may be even the organizations, small businesses, and where they normally transact the money up to 25 lakhs, but normally it is recommended to transact the amount up to, say, 2 lakh rupees under NEFT, because after 2 lakh rupees, if you transact through NEFT, then that payment is not done immediately. And that is why below, if you are transacting the amount below 2 lakh rupees, NEFT is the most recommended option. And hence NEFT, if you look at the data, what you can see here, the volume and value, of NEFT transactions from, say, 2017 to 2017-18 to 2020 to 2021 increased by 58.9%. NEFT transactions volume, and value is increased by 45.9%. Then I fitted the regression model also for this small data, even though the data is small, but the trend came to be significant. And you can see here, I took the log of NEFT, and then for volume, you can see the annually, what I can interpret on the basis of this. If you look at this, T stands for the time period. If you look at the coefficient of T, this is the beta value. And how I can interpret this, that the NEFT transactions, they are increasing annually by 15.57%, and NEFT value is increasing by 11.40%. So this is annual growth. So 11%, 0.4, and these values are significant. The first one is significant at 1% level of significance, and another one is significant at 10% level of significance. This is for the annual data. And if you look at the regressions for volume and value for the NEFT transactions, this is a monthly data. So January 20, I have taken small data just for the sake of inquiry, just for the sake of investigation, and to see what actually results I'm getting. So here also I can see the NEFT transactions are growing by 1.95%, 1.95% over a period of 1 month. So monthly, this represents the monthly trend, and the value is increasing by 1.37%. So we can infer here that yes, the acceptance is increasing amongst the customers of retail banking. But if you look at the financial inclusion, as the data suggests, only 53.7% is the financial inclusion. That means there is a huge opportunity existing. There are some people who are in the banking, who are in the mainstream and are having the financial inclusion, but still they are not using it. And there are so many people who are still away from the banking system. They are still out of the reach. They are still out of the gamut of these various services. So this is for NEFT. Same thing I did for the real-time gross settlement, RTGS, and these are the services used by the corporate banking customers. Corporate banking customers, again, you can see here the volume has increased annually. Volume has increased from 17-18 to 2021 by only 27.9%, and value has increased by 39%. Regression equation also shows the values, the coefficients are significant at 1% and 10%, and it shows the monthly growth of 8.38 and 9.48%. Monthly data also shows that as far as, say, again, monthly data, if you look carefully here, one thing that is observed here is that the volume, the coefficient of this regression equation of volume is significant, but the coefficient of value is not significant. That means it represents the volatility in the data. Volatility in terms of either the RTGS transactions has drastically reduced, or it might have increased drastically at some moment of time. And hence this data, the time span I have taken is limited to capture the linear pattern of this trend, or might be it is having some different type of pattern. So here, ultimately, I can see.
Vikram sir, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you.
Yes.
Sir, actually, we are left with less time. So
Yes. Now I'm cutting short. I'm cutting short for the next one.
Thank you.
Please conclude.
Yes. So on the same pattern, I did the analysis, and briefly you can see IMPS rose drastically, 224.6, 229.6. Then on the same lines, I did for this UPI, then credit cards, and then for debit cards. And here you can see the UPI payments has increased appreciably, by very large amount. Then credit card also, you can see the rate is not very satisfactory. Debit card, even the rate is not that satisfactory, because the moment you open the account, you get a debit card, but its usage pattern is not that appreciable. So this is what I trying to infer out of this implication. So a lot of opportunity exists. NEFT, RTGS, they are not even though used, but there is a use scope existing. And debit card, IMPS and UPI, they are becoming very popular. And what implication I suggest here is that out of this, digital inclusion is the key for financial inclusion, because everybody is now having the mobile phone. Many people, they are having even the featured phone. How you can give the better facilities in terms of featured phones, that is something that Now the policymakers should think, and they should think that how they can reach to the people through digital inclusion. So digital inclusion is there, and that is continuously increasing at faster pace. So financial inclusion is one of the thing that can be attained through digital inclusion. And hence, what I suggest is that there are few banks which are big, which are competitive. They can easily adopt such processes. But there are certain banks which are cooperative banks, small banks, and they have to do lot many things to adopt such type of processes. And hence, this particular type of thing or this type of approach, if adopted with full intent and the capacity, then it is going to generate huge employment opportunity for the businesses, also for the banks also. So this is all about my say conceptualization about this particular topic. So thank you very much. I welcome the questions.
Any banking expert? So only one thing, so you are recommending digitization, but have you even studied the impact of the security and the frauds happening and the implication of that? And still many, even senior citizens, they are afraid to open and use this UPI and other digitized methods just because of this fraud.
Yes, sir, already many companies, banks, they are already working on this particular parameter. Security concern is there, and many companies, many banks, they have already tried to address. Most of the banks, I even talked with the officers of the bank. I recently conducted one study, which was a sponsored study. And then that time I met several bank officials. So I discussed with them also. So most of the banks, what they said, that they are already addressed this particular issue, but customers are not very much aware, and still they have the fear. Still they have certain, say, reservations in their mind with regard to the security aspects and the concerns. Many a times it happens that customers themselves share their information with some, say, phishing type of things which happens, right? Many phone calls comes, they ask for the numbers, PIN cards, PIN numbers, and customer, they share those numbers with them. And that is the reason such type of things are happening.
Okay, Rashmi ma'am, any other questions?
Yes, you have did a very deep study, and it is related with the data approach, and you have did hard work.
Yes.
So it is appreciable.
Thank you very much.
Okay, really nice presentation, Dr. Vikram sir.
Very nice, but you can even suggest more gadgets and devices and systems for
sir,
more digital
sir, I would like to add one more thing here. Even when I had talked with some bank officials, I suggested them certain approaches with regard to customer analytics and web analytics techniques and tools. How they can
you have reached up to say 50-60% because the models you have applied, but there is a scope of applying this analytics further.
That is what I mentioned here, even in my say implication slide, that customer analytics and web analytics still is not applied by many banks.
Okay, fine.
There are
so a lot of time we have spent.
It will take a lot of time.
Good work.
Good
work.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yes.
Next. Over.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Balram Bora. Sir, are you there?
Yes, madam.
Sir, we are sharing your PPTs.
Okay.
The paper title is Financial Performance Analysis, a study in disease pharmaceuticals.
Good morning to all. And I'm Dr. Balram Bora from Aditya Institute of Technology and Management, Tekkalis, Srikakulam district. My title is Financial Performance Analysis, a study in disease pharmaceuticals. Next slide, please. So the keywords which are used in this paper is financial performance analysis, ratios, mean, standard deviation, coefficient of variation. So financial performance analysis will tell us the strengths and weaknesses of any firm. So for that purpose, so we have calculated a ratios like a gross profit ratio, net profit ratio, operating profit ratio, return on assets, return on capital employed, return on shareholders equity, earnings per share, and dividends per share. So for this, the mean, standard deviation, and coefficient of variation have used to analysis. Next slide, please. The review of literature is the empirical study in financial performance analysis of selected equity stocks of Indian pharmaceutical industry by Navjot Rawal, Meta Mandaviva, and Alpesh Gajera. The next one, impact of financial planning on financial performance, a study on select undertakings, Dr. Pasunuri Amraveni and Malakula Sushrut. So these two are taken in the year 2021. And financial performance and size determines growth trend and similarity analysis of Indian pharmaceutical industry by Ali A. It was in 2020 paper. And analysis of financial performance, a study of selected pharmaceutical companies, Ashok Kumar Panigrahi in the 2019 paper, and a study on financial performance of pharmaceutical company S. Saravanan and R. Prabhu, the 2018 paper. Next slide, please. So the present study aims the profitability position of the Divi's pharmaceuticals, and definitely this study will help the company, the investors, management to understand the financial performance of the company. Next page. The objectives of the analysis, the objective of the study is to analyze the profitability position of Divi's pharmaceuticals and to analyze the factors influencing the profitability of Divi's pharmaceuticals. And we have made some hypotheses, and H0 Divi's pharmaceuticals company is having uniform and identical ratios, and H1 Divi's pharmaceutical company is not having uniform and identical ratios. Next slide, please. The research and methodology is the nature of the study. The methodology adopted for analysis is ratio analysis, through which profitability position is assessed, and the design, the secondary data is used for the study and collected and compiled from the annual reports of Divi's pharmaceutical company and as well as the moneycontrol.com. And the study period is from 2016-17 to 2020-21. And the tools which are used is ratio analysis, through which profitability position is assessed, and the tools for data analysis, mean, standard deviation, and coefficient of variation. Next slide, please. So the results of the study, so we have calculated 8 different ratios, 8 profitability ratios. The first one, gross profit ratio. Gross profit ratio is the relation between gross profit and sales. The lowest gross profit ratio is 89.74 and highest is 91.76 during this 2016-17 to 2020-21, and the average 5 years period is 90.88. The same way, the operating profit ratio, which will is the relationship between EBIT and sales, and the lowest is 31.8 and highest 38.6, and the average of the 5 years 35.3. The net profit ratio is the relationship between profit after taxes by sales, and the lowest is 22.6 and highest is 28.7. The average of the 5 years 26.09. And the next, return on assets ratio. The return on assets ratio is the relationship between profit after taxes and average total assets. And the lowest return on ratio is 12.77 and the highest is 18.23 and the average is 16.13. Return on capital employed ratio is the relationship between EBIT and capital employed, and the lowest is 19.79 and highest 27.28 and the average 24.29. And next, return on equity ratio or return on shareholders equity ratio is the relationship between profit after taxes by shareholders equity, and the lowest is 14.59, highest is 21.08 and the average is 18.6. And earnings per share, share we can calculate is the relationship between net profit by number of equity shares. So the lowest 32.76 and highest 73.63. And the last one, dividend per share, is the relationship between dividends paid by number of shareholders, so number of shares, and the lowest is 10 and the highest is 20. And during the last 5 years, the average is 14.4. Next slide, please. So the average of all the 5 years is a mean, and the standard deviation calculated, and the coefficient of variation is also calculated with the help of the Excel. And the coefficient of variation is the relationship between standard deviation by mean. So here the average, the coefficient of variation will tell us the risk and return relationship. And the gross profit ratio coefficient of variation is 1, and operating profit ratio coefficient of variation 7.9, and net profit ratio 8.6, return on assets 12.6, and return on capital employed 11.5, and return on equity 12.9, and earnings per share 31.3, and dividend per share is 30.1. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. The profitability ratios which are used in interpreting the financial performance of Divi Pharmaceuticals are gross profit, operating profit, net profit, return on assets, return on equity, return on capital employed, earnings per share, dividends per share. And the study definitely will be helpful to the company investors management to understand the financial performance of the company. Next slide, please. The conclusion, the financial performance of the company can be achieved by maintaining good profitability of the company. And it is concluded from the analysis of different ratios of the pharmaceutical company that they are not having a uniform and identical ratios. And during the period of study, except in the financial year 2017-18, remaining years, there is a steady growth. And the analysis of Divi's Pharmaceutical reveals that the gross profit ratio, operating profit ratio, net profit ratio, return on assets, return on capital employed, return on equity, earnings per share, and dividend per share during the study period is satisfactory. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Jasmine ma'am, please ask question if you want.
Hello.
Please.
Hello.
Hello.
You are audible, ma'am.
Sir, please show your hypothesis.
No, hypothesis is, madam. So please
because
go to
before
the slide,
study
madam.
there is some hypothesis.
In fact, this one is fully based on the secondary data, madam.
Okay.
And so we made a hypothesis that is H0 is Divi's pharmaceutical company is having
so
uniform
these are
and
data which you in your next slide you have shown the data. So that data has been collected through secondary
data, madam.
Okay. So how you can show that the analysis has been done by the mean and standard deviation and coefficient of variation?
We have
In the
calculated
research methodology you have mentioned.
Yes, madam. We have calculated all the three
By taking a secondary data.
Secondary data, madam.
But
mean is nothing but a average,
but
madam.
you can
Average
get primary data also.
Primary data in the sense, see the data which is already in the form of the annual report, and based on that we have calculated mean, standard deviation, and the coefficient of variation, madam. So the primary data, how can we get this primary data, madam? In this accounting data is a secondary data, madam, which is already published in the form of annual reports.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, madam.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving further, I would like to call Mr. Noho Ultam. Are you there, sir?
Mrs. I am sorry, I request the following after Dr. Meraksi.
Okay, fine,
Yes.
sir.
Yes. The next
Okay,
time.
so Dr. Meenakshi Maheshwari, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So kindly see the ma'am PPT, please.
Yes, ma'am. We are just sharing. The paper title is Industry 4.0 or Digital Transformation.
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Very good morning to one and all present over here in the virtual session. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. I, Dr. Meenakshi Maheshwari, with my co-author, Dr. Amitabh Maheshwari, presenting a paper on Industry 4.0, a digital transformation. Next slide, please, ma'am. So what is this Industry 4.0? Is basically the world has transforming along with the human civilization. So in this, technology and the digitalization are creating the world more advanced in the changing scenario. What does this mean? The development stays in the industries. Basically, refer to the digital transformation of the industries and created a revolution with the help of technology, different advanced softwares, robotics that makes the work simple, easier and efficient. And we use the different main keywords in this: Internet of Things, smart manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and the automation. Next slide, please. So we have 4 industrial evolution. The first industrial evolution is mainly focused on the steam engine, steam power, as we know. And the second industrial evolution is mainly focused on the steel production, petroleum, automobile, electricity, communication, telephones. And the third industrial evolution came up with a rise of computer and computer network, where internet has played a major role in transferring and handling the big data. While the fourth industrial evolution has been occurring since the mid of last century, it has actually blurring the line between physical and the digital sphere. So it introduced a different type of latest technology, just like the AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, automation vehicles, 3D printings, nano technology, and so many more. Next slide, please. This is actually a conceptual paper based on the secondary data. So we have gone through the different literature, just like the Saurabh Vaidya, Sasank Kumar, Carlo Goncalves. Next slide, please. Chetan Vijay Vidnur, in his paper Study on Industry 4.0, concept focus on the drivers, enablers, goal, limitation of the Industry 4.0, while Radha Sridharan, Joe, Ronog, Lee, Cardinal Jule, in their paper, exploring the impact of Industry 4.0 from a micro perspective, investigate what is Industry 4.0. Next slide, please. So what does this industrial digital transformation means? Digitalization is actually, we all have heard so many papers, is the future of the industry. So this digitalization basically makes the production process more flexible, improve the productivity, also develop the new business model. Now the opportunities are coming across all types of industry. We cannot say only it's a process industry or a discrete industry. All type of industry, this type of digitalization is to be adopted. So Industry 4.0 is basically utilizing full potential technology and get ready for the next digital transformation journey. Next slide, please. In this, we use the different word, just like the IoT, Internet of Things. Internet means is the most important key element in smart industries. All the industries, all the machines are connected to web-enabled devices. This mechanization makes the production process easier and increase the value of the business. Every day we see so many smart example of IoT, just like the smart home security system, smart lift, smart farming equipment, wearable smart health monitoring watch, wireless inventory trackers, ultra high speed wireless internet, shipping container, and many more. So IoT is basically used by manufacturing, automobile, transportation, logistic, retail, public sector, and all types of industries are benefited with IoT. The next slide, please. Smart manufacturing is actually a technology-driven approach that utilizes the internet-connected machineries to monitor. The main advantage of this smart manufacturing are automated data, predictive maintenance, cost reduction, and increase the productivity, which highly you can say is the beneficial result of smart manufacturing. So smart manufacturing, you can say simply say is becoming the focus of looking globally. Smart manufacturing is one of the most important application of IoT, Internet of Things, that more specifically which is known as the IIoT, that is Industrial Internet of Things. In this, the industrial operation carried out with minimum risk, minimum cost, as well as the maximum efficiency by using the principle of smart manufacturing. Next slide, please. We have the next one, that is your artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, we see many examples in our daily life, just like the Alexa, Google Assistants, navigation app, 3D photography, facial recognition are example of AI, which is not only seen in daily life, but at workplace, even outside. So it is basically a software-based technology that makes the computer or robot to work or think like a human. AI performance means human computational accuracy, speed, and capacity. It also provides the solution to different areas, just like the healthcare, retail, manufacturing, banking, insurance, and many more. Industries also, AI is performing many functions, just like you can simply say is optimizing the product, planning the inventory, logistic, retail, and many more. Now the next one is automation. Next slide, please. This automation is basically getting automated, means minimizing the human effort by applying the different technological application. So we have two types of automation, like the basic automation and the process automation. Basic automation, it basically takes the easier and simpler tasks and automate them by using the technological application-based software. While the process automation means increasing the efficiency and productivity by applying the software and business application. So nowadays we can simply say modern machine and robot can replace the man and make the work more simple, more easier, and less human intervention. Extension of automation is basically known as the digitalization, which result in more efficient, less cost-effective business model, as well as more efficient labor force. Next slide, please. We have the different issues, we have the different challenges in Industries 4.0, which we cannot ignore. These challenges are facing by each and every industries while they are adopting the different type of technologies, just like the challenge of technical skill, because only the technical person can be fulfill the position in the industries. So this type of tech challenge is to be faced by the industry. They have only hired the technical people who have the knowledge, who have the skill regarding facing all the technology and operating different type of softwares. The second one is the maintaining the safety and security, which is again a big issue facing by each and every industries. Many industries are not fulfilling these advanced technology to deal with all these type of threat, and they also sometimes create a loss to the industries. And the next one is to keep data safe and secure is again a big challenge. Why this is a big challenge? Because data are very important assets for any of the industry. And the digital transformation has creating the industry, has rising the level of the data. More data are required to maintain a successful implementation of the technology. So just to keep the data safe and secure is a big challenge in industries. And the next one is rethinking of business model. Rethinking of business model means we'll have to try a new business model while following or forgetting about the latest way of doing the thing, because the traditional way of doing the thing are very less significant as compared to the digitalized world. So this rethinking the business model to change the mindset for adopting the new technological culture, new business model, new skilled, talented manpower. Ji.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but please try to make it
Yeah,
as
sure,
short as
ma'am,
possible.
sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
And this is a replacement of the people. People were replaced with machine and they were struggling to survive also. Next one, please, ma'am. And this is the conclusion of my study. So this is actually a conceptual paper based on the limited number of papers. Technical growth could make only the machine and process smarter to work efficiently and effectively. And for further research purpose, I suggest the industry 5.0 or 6.0 or 7.0 will become the next new research areas which are considered as the next industrial revolution. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's true, Meenakshi, that you are focusing on industry 5 and 6 in the future. And really in this, there is a challenges which we have to be rethink, and you have focused on the challenges. And it's true, when the time of the COVID-19 and the companies of the USA wants to shift from the China to India, and they have visited here. But they found that somewhere we were lacking related with the skills. So it is very important, if we are entering in this technology, if everything is going through the automation, artificial intelligence or a robotic, then we require to update and we have to give the knowledge of the technology. It is a very important topic that how we can involve this technology in each and every education department, because those students are doing management course, they don't know related.
Okay, no hold them. Stay, Mrs.
Focus on this. So it is a very big task for us to work on this. And you have, because this is a theoretical.
Yeah, theoretical paper, ma'am.
Is no any collections related with the hypothesis, but well, you have presented very well related with the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we are having with us Mr. Noho Ulidam. Sir, are you there?
Okay. Thank you for the time to us, especially to me. I am Noho Ulidam from North Maluku, Indonesia, especially in Ternate. I still attending.
Sir, I request you to please on your video.
Yes, Faculty of Economic and Business of Samratulangi University, Manado. Okay, I will tell about the effect of local taxes and other local original income on the realization of original local revenue in Ternate. Okay, my keywords are local taxes, other legitimate income, local revenue. Variables of the study: local taxes in brackets Sufrial and all 2080 and 2010, Sungata 2016. Other local original income from Najib 2006. The realization of local original revenue from Anggraini 2012 and Wahyudian 2013. The result got fulfilled by the study. The result of Suprihati et al. 2018, and Kusuma and Wirawati 2013. The realization of PAT revenue has increased significantly influenced by local tax factors. The second, the result of Asteria's research 2015, local tax revenue and local levies have an effect and regency in or PAT in Central Java. The third, different from research by Najib 2006 in Karawang, which shows that other legitimate income has a significant effect on the realization of PAD receipts. My hypothesis and objectives of the study. Hypothesis is local taxes and other legitimate income have a significant effect on the realization of PAG or PAD revenue in Ternate. And objectives of the study aimed to prove whether local taxes and other legitimate local revenue affect the realization of Ternate PAG or PAD revenue. And then a detailed research methodology. First, nature of study. The study uses a survey method with a quantitative descriptive approach. The second, simple design. The type of the use in secondary data in the form of Ternate PAD data for the from 2015 until 2016 period. The third, tools for data collection. It's from documentation. And the last is tools for the data analysis. Data analysis is using multiple regression, uses the computational tools SPSS version 20 for Windows program. And then the results of the study and discussion. The table shows us the result of coefficient determine R square. Model R square, adjusted R square, and STD error of the estimate. Model shows 1, it means R 943 degree, and R square 800. I'm sorry, R mean not degree, but 943 tend to be. Okay. R squares 820. Adjusted square shows 886. STD error of the estimate shows as 39805, etc. And then the SPSS output result in the table 1 so that the adjusted R square value is 1.8 and 90 or 89%. This means that the independent variable of local tax revenue and other legitimate PAD is contributed to the realization of PAD by 89%, and the more 11% was explained by other variables. And then the second table of the result. Second table of the result, okay, shows us as you see in the screen. So, and then I will continue to explain that it is known that the calculated F is 231.012 with a significance level of 0.000. Because the significance level is less than 0.05 or p-value, it means alpha equals to 0.05. Then the hypothesis HA is accepted and HO is rejected. This means that the revenue from the local tax sector and other legitimate local original revenues simultaneously has a significant effect on the realization PAD revenue internate. And then you can see the third table and the model. I will explain that. It is known that the calculated F is 231.012 with a significant level of 0.000 because the significance level is less than 0.05 or p value. It means, or in brackets, alpha equals to 0.05. Then the hypothesis HA is accepted and HO is rejected. This means that revenue from the local tax sector and other legitimate local original revenue simultaneously has a significant effect on the realization PAD revenue internate. The second, the calculated T value for local taxes is 9.267, while the T table value with a significance level means alpha equals to 0.05% and decay it means decay same in n minus 1 equal to 60 minus 1 means 59. Then the T table value is obtained of 2.001. This show T count bigger than T table. Another T.
No, sir, sorry to interrupt you. I request you to please come to the results and conclusion part.
Okay, never mind. Another thing can be seen also at the significant level of p-value 0.00, which is smaller than alpha 0.05. So you can see more on the screen. Okay, the implication and significance of the results. The revenue from the local tax sector and other legitimate PAD has a significant effect because the collection and effort carried out by the DPKD apparatus has been maximized. This result has implication for regional tax and financial management policies and management. Simultaneously, local taxes and other legitimate local revenue. Okay, we are in conclusion now. Shall I continue? I will read the conclusion. Simultaneously, local taxes and other legitimate local revenue have a significant effect on the realization of PAD as indicated by the calculated value of 231.0 and 12 with a significant level of 0.000. These two variables contributed 89% that realization of PAD as indicated by the R square value of 0.18 and 90. Particularly, local taxes have a significant effect and realization of PAD as indicated by coefficient value of 0.976 with a significant level of 0.000. Likewise, other legitimate local original revenues obtained a coefficient value of 2.8 and 57 with a significance level of 0.000, mean that it particularly had a significant effect on the realization of PAD. Thank you for the time to us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Jatin sir, any queries?
No
Okay,
question,
fine.
please continue.
Okay, fine. So we are having the next presenter over there. The name is?
No questions, please continue.
The name is Miss Kaumudi Jha. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Miss Kaumudi, I request you to please on your video.
Okay. Can you see me, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So, ma'am, actually, I have shared with you the new PPT, which is actually including the format. So, can I share that, if you don't mind?
No issue, no issue. If you want to share, you can share it.
Okay. So, please cancel this one. I will share that. I think I have shared with you this morning itself.
Pass? No.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, respected panel members, my dear colleagues, and respected teachers and dean.
Ma'am, actually, it's not visible to us.
You can't see the screen, ma'am? I'll do it once again.
Mana? Klik di mana?
Ma'am, I'm not able to,
Do you have any question to ask?
No, sir. Thank you so much.
I'm not able to get the control of sharing, ma'am. There is some problem.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. Are you able to share it now?
Can you see?
No, ma'am. Still, it's not visible.
Okay. Let me do it 1 second. Can you see it, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Now it's visible.
Okay.
I'm Kaumudi Jha. I'm research scholar at MIT WPU, Pune. And my topic is the importance of flexibility in workplace. So all of us, we are dealing this problem everywhere. I think not even in IT sectors or in manufacturing sector, or we can say about the academic sector. Importance of flexibility of work is very important for in layman language, you can say that for our mental peace and for our leisure time, it's very important, because to do something, we have to recharge ourselves. And if we won't recharge, we won't be able to give our best. And even if we are with good skills and good qualities, somewhere or the other, we are at stress and we are not able to perform well. So my topic is revolving around the flexibility of work at the workplace. So the keywords which I'll be sharing with you is the flexibility, performance, productivity, job satisfaction, and the culture of the workplace. So variables of the study is the most, these are the papers which I consulted when I was going through the research literature review. So there have been many research for this, because after the industrialization, the IT sector, or we can say about any manufacturing production unit, there was the tremendous amount of recruitment, and most of the employees, they spend time at the workplace. So in a sector like Tata Steel, they have work shifts. Okay, they have A, B, C work shift, and that makes a person healthier at their working place. So the research gap fulfilled by the study is that should the flexibility in the workspace is super important for employees, or and the workplace is equal measures. So far too long, well-being and office workflow in equal measure. So far too long, employees have been treated like robots and stripped for their individuality. So previously it would have happened that there was a time like 9 to 5 work. There was a specific work to do, and after 5, everyone used to pen down and go home. They spend time with their families, and again they used to recharge themselves and do the work from. But nowadays we are dealing with clients. The clients are not of our country, they can be of other countries, so their timings are different, our timings are different. So, and for that, of course, they are paying very high, and as people, they are giving their best. They are giving their 100%, so that they can fulfill their whatever salary they are getting, to fulfill their superiors. They are working day and night. Now, workplace flexibility, why it is a win-to-win mail infographic. Increasing job satisfaction is there, responsive to need of workplace and workforce, enhances recruitment and retention, and integrates work-life health, lowers the stress and healthcare cost, improves productivity. So these are the main points that why it is very important. So benefits of this is that it can attract and retain quality employees. Everyone can work. If you can assign a work to a person, okay, that you have to just feed all these information in the computer, they will do without knowing anything, that what they have to feed and at what thing. You just have to tell them and they will start doing that. So that is not the quality of work. The quality of work is that what skill you have, that you are giving to your a company, or to your organization, so that there can be a good profit for everyone in the society also, because we all are working for not ourselves but for our society. So increasing productivity, decreasing accidents, because we are in hurry, we have to report at the work, we have to do the biometrics, so everyone is in hurry. We are not even watching anyone's face also, that what is happening and what they are going through. Just we are like, heard, we are saying that yes boss, that we have to do this, yes boss, we have to do this, but somewhere or the other, I think someone have to speak for that. And that's why this this thing, the workplace flexibility, should be enhanced and should be researched more. Now, greater control over where, when, and how they work, like lead to missed work due to illness, network demands, and improved well-being. So there are many problems that an employee is going through. You can't take 100% out of anyone, because you can, whenever your battery is also recharged, discharged, you have to recharge it, because it will not work. And we are human beings. We have to think mentally, we have to think heartily, and everything. We have to think about our spouses, children, and everyone. So employees can be involved in community, school, and family events during traditional work and commuting hours. So if you will give time, or if the organization will be giving us time, we can engage with our different works also. Previously, our teachers used to, they were arranged the parent teacher meeting. There was a, gala time in the school. Our parents used to come there. It was an occasion at school, and our parents had the time to go there. But I don't think that due to this, 100% giving yourself is not, doing judgment.
Amodi ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but please try to make the presentation as short as possible.
Yes, I'm just going on to hypothesis. So the objective of this study is that to study the concept and the importance of the time work flexibility, creating new techniques to enhance the workplace productivity, overall growth and development of the organization, and employee get chance to choose their shifts timing. So they can choose and they can do good. Now, detailed research methodology is that this section is it's totally dependent upon the various methods of collecting data and specific methods which are face-to-face interaction, questionnaires, and the survey which we are taking. So the qualitative research is an effective way of collecting data as the participants are being involved in research in their natural environment. The qualitative methodology was the best suited because everyone has their own thoughts and their own feedback. The source of data, the data required for the current study was, it was primary data like surveys, interviews, focus groups, questionnaires, and observations. Okay, and the secondary data is of course the magazines, books, website, and our Google. Now, sampling procedure which was used was that it was non-probability because it was just a questionnaire, and the survey one sample size was 20. And the data interpretation tool is graphical representation. As say, there is a question: is there any flexible work shift for employees in an organization? There were employees like A, some say yes, some say no. So the percentage of yes was 70 and no was 30%. And it was the graphical representation. Now, and the interpretation from that we can take is that the 70% of employees get flexible work and the 30% they don't. Now, the second question which was asked, that does the organization gives an urgent family or medical leave? There, of course, 10 people were strongly agree with that. 34% they were just agreed. Satisfactory was 12%, disagreed 2%, and strongly disagree was very less, that is the 2%. So this was the graphical pie chart representation for the interpretation. And second question was, does company provides extra salary or employee work for extra work? So it was also like that. Yes was 80% and no was 20%. So maximum of the people were positive towards that. So the implication and signification of the results were that the 70% of the employees, they get flexible work shift, 50% they strongly agree, 80% get extra salary overtime, and 40% work between 10 to 15 hours. So these were some of the interpretation made after the results. Now, the conceptual scope of this study was that this study helps improving flexibility at workplace, company to make working progress more efficiently, analyze the working policy, and includes conceptual study of flexibility. So to conclude, I would like to say that this paper gives an ample information about the large work of employees and their feedbacks about how their working environment is inside the firm or an organization. So maximum people were satisfied. So, and they are looking after that we can do more for the more 30% people who are do disagree about that, they can be agreed after some of the results or interpretation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You have did your research work and you have collected your data through a questionnaire. And in your one slide where you have mentioned workplace flexibility, I think that you have shown your emotions, that
Yes,
you have
yes.
your expressions were showing that you were not satisfied in your workplace. So I think that you want more flexibility in your workplace.
Actually, ma'am, we want Saturday holidays.
No,
I
so
think
see.
educational institute, they need it, Saturday holidays, because
but your questionnaire analysis is different according to you.
Yeah, I may have taken from not from the educational institute, maybe from
Dr.
IT
Jatin, you are
industry.
here. Would you highlight something?
It is actually because I have to give time to my
Was
daughter,
typing
to
the
my
question.
husband. Yes, yes, sir.
Because when she were presenting his words, work flexibility, her expressions were very aggressively as she were ready to fight with the organization.
Yes, ma'am, they are not even given holiday. I mean, work from home in this, Corona also. They are calling us that you have to do the online class from the college. How does it make sense? I mean, if we are working from home,
What
we
I
can
want
do
to
the
say,
classes.
see, what I want to say that your topic and your thought is different.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go through again on your research work and check that what you want to search, what you want to show.
Yes,
it is very different. You are showing something else and your expression, your presentation is different. Am I right, Dr. Jatin?
Yes, yes, ma'am. So it was I was saying emotionally, but the thing is that many of
Thank you
them,
very
they are
much.
ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I have put a question in the chat box. If you have time, you can take it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, actually, how it has affected that, according to gender, if flexibility is given to women because she has to look after everything, then there will be, a very good, impact for that. And if I'm talking about the gender equality, I mean, I should not speak that, but men, they don't have so much responsibility. Okay, they can work to 8 hours and or 12 hours because they are just into their work. Because we have to do many work. We're looking after the child, looking after the cooking, and there is no support at home. And because due to Corona, all work has to be done by women only. So there has to be a gender equality. And according to religion and educational qualifications, yes, of course, it doesn't matter, because the work flexibility should be given to anyone. Because it's not, if flexibility is given, it's given only for their personal choice, not for the qualification. Because if a worker, labor is working 8 hours and a management head is working 8 hours, so it doesn't make a difference for that. So it is his choice. And of course, occupation, it matters a lot, that what we are working and how much we are drenching ourselves.
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't mean you to answer the question immediately. What I meant is you may want to consider these variables to make your research more rigorous.
Yes, definitely, sir. I'll copy this and I will I will work on that.
Okay, fine. So thank you so much, Ms. Komati. Next, I would like to call Dr. Sachin. Sir, are you there?
Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, sir.
I hit send the PPT.
Yes, sir. We are sharing your PPTs.
Okay.
Sir, please on your video.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic for today's attempt to study volatility, persistence, and spillover effect in the Bullion Index and in Nifty. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please. Hello. Hello. Uh,
Sir, one
uh,
second. I think there is some technical glitch.
yeah.
Is this visible
Now
now? Is this visible?
it's visible now. Okay. My keywords for the paper is bullion, volatility, nifty, and equity. So this paper is to show the relationship, volatility relationship between the M6 bullion index and uh, uh, NSE Nifty. So PPT is not visible, ma'am.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Okay, now it's visible.
Sir, please continue.
Ma'am, next slide, please. So variable for my study is bullion index and Nifty. The few of the researchers who had studied in this topic is Sinal, 2013, Hood 2013, Beckman 2015, Lucy and Reed 2015, and Cordet and Raymond 2011. So basically, all these researchers have studied the relationship between the gold, either gold or silver, with the equity market. So whether gold and silver can be used as a hedging instrument for the equity market. So, but in this study, I am using the uh, uh, bullion index and Nifty of the Indian market. So next slide, please. So the paper has a novelty that instead of individual gold and silver contracts, the relationship is tested with the bullion index of MCX with the equity index of NSE in the post-crisis period of the COVID-19. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So hypothesis and objective of the study is volatility clustering and persistence when the M6 bullion is dependent variable and Nifty is explanatory variable. So again, this was tested. Volatility clustering and volatility persistence was tested when the Nifty is dependent variable and M6 products is explanatory variable. So volatility spilloff between the M6 Burdex and Nifty was tested. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Detailed research methodology. The paper studies the relationship between the bullion index and Nifty returns. The bullion index includes a different context of gold and silver traded on M6, and data includes a pre-COVID period and post-COVID period. The data was collected from the January 2016 to September 2021. Data is the daily closing price of bullion index was collected from the M6, and data of Nifty was collected from the official website of NSE. The stationarity was checked by applying the ADF unit 2 test, and both the series was stationary at first difference. E-gauge was applied on the series when the bullion was dependent variable. Again, the E-gauge was applied when the Nifty was dependent variable. DCC gauge was applied to test the spillover effect between the Nifty and bull index. Next slide, please. So results of the study, the arch effect, when the M6 bullion was the dependent variable. So arch term was 0.041782 with the p-value of 0.0643. So arch value shows the volatility clustering. So at 10% level, it's significant. Gauge term is 0.997463. Its p-value is 0.000. So it's also significant. E-gauge term is 0.04. 0517 with a p-value of 0.00. So arch volatility clustering is also significant. Volatility persistence is also significant, and e-gauge term shows the positive news has more effect on the Burdex. So next, the study was done when the dependent variable was Nifty. So arch term here is 0.156688. So it is also significant. So Gauss term is 0.985633. It's also significant, and E-Gauss term is minus 0.04784. It's significant at 0.0012. So this Ash term shows that volatility clustering is there, and volatility persistence is also there. And E-Gauss term is negative, so it shows that the negative news from the Burdex has more effect on the Nifty. Next slide, please. So result of study and discussion. So results of DCC GACH. So DCC alpha is minus 0.074784, and the p-value is 0.123653. DCC beta is 0.984869 with a p-value of 0.0000. The combined value of DCC alpha and DCC beta is less than 1, so the stability condition is fulfilled. So DCC alpha is not significant, but DCC beta is significant, which implies that long-term spillover effect is there from the Bullidex and Nifty. The bullions can be used to hedge against the equity markets. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. The implication of the study and significance of the study. The paper attempts to study the relationship between the bullion index of MCX with the Nifty. The E-Gauge is applied to test the relationship. The relationship was tested when the bullion index was dependent variable. Results show that there is a volatility clustering and persistence of the volatility. The positive shock have more impact than the negative shock. The relationship was again tested when the Nifty was dependent variable. Again, the volatility clustering and volatility persistence was proved, but the negative news have more impact than the positive news. DCC Gauge was applied to find out the spillover effect, and the combined DCC alpha and beta values was less than 1. The DCC alpha was not significant, but the DCC beta was significant, which indicates a long-term spillover effect between the bullion market and equity market. Next slide, please. Conclusion: the bullion market can be used to hedge against the risk of the equity. The bullion can be included in portfolio to hedge the risk of the equity market. The finding or vice versa can also be done in India. Equity market is more prevalent, so bullion can be used to hedge against the equity market. Next slide, please.
Okay, so sir and ma'am, are you having?
So this was all about my paper. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Rashmi ma'am, any questions? Jiten sir?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call Mr. Karunesh Saxena. Sir, are you there?
Ma'am, next was my turn. My name is Srishti Devani.
Okay, ma'am, actually, we were looking for the first author. Sorry for the mistake over there. Fine. Ms. Srishti Devani, ma'am is there. And the paper title is Sustainability and Profitability, a Relook of Green Marketing.
Ma'am, can you share my PPT?
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 minute, ma'am. We are sharing.
Okay, ma'am. Good. Hello everyone, this is Srishti Devani. So the topic of my research paper is Sustainability and Profitability, a relook at green marketing. Next slide, ma'am. The keywords are green marketing, sustainability, consumers, green companies, and green products. I would want to share something on green development or sustainable development. Sustainable development lays certain principles for meeting human development goals, while also for sustaining the ability of natural systems to provide the natural resources and ecosystem services. Next slide, ma'am. Research gap fulfilled by the study is why green marketing should be adopted. According to Miller 2008, green businesses continue to develop and new companies are joining the trend. Of course, sometimes the change is a deliberate choice of the company, but sometimes not so much. Polonsky et al. 1994 noticed 5 explanations for the reasons for firm to use green marketing. Green marketing has been looked at a new perspective, which is profitable to the firms. Now, I would like to give some information on green marketing. Green marketing is the
Ma'am, I think there is some network issue from your side.
To be
I think there is some network issue from your side. Ma'am, are you there?
Please.
Okay, so in that case, we are moving further for the next presentation.
Safe includes the marketing.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Miss Srishti, are you there? Rashmi ma'am, Chetan sir, should I move to the next presenter?
Hello.
Ma'am, now audible?
Miss Srishti, are you there?
Yes, I am here. I am here. Hello.
Ma'am, I think the voice is not clear. So should we move for the next presenter?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine, ma'am. So next we are having with us Miss Ritu Chabra. Ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Ma'am, you are audible, but I think there is some network.
Ma'am, this is Srishti Devani. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible now. Miss Srishti, can you hear me? Miss Srishti, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am there. Am I audible?
Now you are
Please
audible.
start, please start your presentation. If any network problem, then we will go for next.
And I think there is
Hello, ma'am, now I am audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. Why green marketing should be adopted. Ma'am, this slide I have already covered. Ma'am, please next slide. Objectives of the study were to know the concept of green marketing, to know the 4 Ps of green marketing. Now, I have earlier told the concept of green marketing. I would like to share the 4 Ps of green marketing. These are green product, green price, green promotion, and green place. Now, the product should be designed in such a way that they use fewer resources and are pollution free. Now, green price. In green marketing, price plays a prominent role, as the customers are going to pay only the additional price only when they are in view that they will be getting the premium quality products. Now, in promotion, there are 3 ways of promoting a product. There are ads which can display connection between the product and the environment, or the ads which can promote a green and organic lifestyle, or the ads that can showcase a corporate image of the environmental responsibility.
Ms. Rishti, I request you to please come to the last slides, as we are already short of time and there is some technical glitch in your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Conclusion.
You can go with the results part, and then you can conclude.
Ma'am, just show the 9th slide. The main top points I have covered in the 8th slide. Sorry, ma'am, 8th slide. Implications and significance of the results. From the outcomes, we can reason that the job of the government assumes an indispensable part in green advertising. All the things considered, everybody is answerable for green advertising. Assuming we break down the realities relating to the green advertising, the huge outcomes are positive towards one side. Respondents express that it is extreme for every one of the organizations to carry out green marketing. Purchasers' mentality towards green marketing and practical advancements is high. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, Shrishti, because you have no time, and in the green marketing, I have listened only 4 words, that green place, green price, green promotion, right? And green. So, and here also
yes,
you are saying that we have to do the promotion of the green marketing, green advertising. Little bit, can you explain that what is green promotion?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, green promotion, there are 3 ways to promote the products. I mean to advertise the products. The ads which can show the connection between the product and the environment, how these products and their production process will not harm the environmental activities and the environment. And the other one is the ads which can promote a green and organic lifestyle. How can the prevailing lifestyle is not organic, but the green marketing serves the purpose that it can provide a organic lifestyle. So the ads
Sorry, your voice is not
green and organic, and the ad which, ma'am, there is a network
problem, but please go and
study in my area. Sorry,
green marketing also, because in the green advertising, green promotion is not only related with the environment. Lot of things are come in the green advertising. Green advertising means that you are not disturbing the environment. So you have to explain that which promotion, which pattern or which model you are using here. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so Miss Ritu Chabra,
yes.
Are you there?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
Please on your video.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. To begin with, am I clearly audible, ma'am?
Ma'am, you are audible, but your voice is little much not clear. I think that is slower. Ms. Ritu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please continue. Yeah, please continue.
Good afternoon. To begin with, I would like to extend my gratitude to the panel and Prestige Institute of Management and Research for the opportunity. The topic of my paper is Green Supply Chain Management, improving the environmental sustainability of logistics. To quote Albert Einstein, we shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if mankind has to survive. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So the key words here are green supply chain, sustainable development, green practices, environmental friendly, responsible practices, and the sustainable logistics. The concept of green design in supply chain, next slide, was originally proposed by Manufacturing Research Association of Michigan State University in the year 1996. Next slide, please. Can we go on the next slide? Even if sustainability and green practices of doing the business is a trending and growing concept, not much is known by the stakeholders. Businesses are used to and comfortable with traditional methods and policies of doing business, that they ignore the environment factor and fail to understand the consequences. Hence, my paper aims to spread awareness about the practices, and the objective of my study is to understand the meaning of green supply chain. The intention is to study the need and benefits of green supply chain management and to understand what challenges will come up as an obstacle for companies who want to go green. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So for this paper, I have referred to different books and research papers. The data is collected from literature available on the internet. Hence, it is a secondary and conceptual research, and the research is of descriptive nature. Next slide, please. So basically, a supply chain is a series of steps involved to get a product or service to the customer. The steps include moving and transforming raw materials into finished goods, transporting those products and distributing them to the end user. Whereas logistics is the process of planning, implementing, controlling procedures for efficient and effective transportation or storage of goods, including the services related information from the point of origin again to the point of consumption. So the basic goal of supply chain and logistics is to successfully meet customer requirements. Looking at the sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So one of such practices that businesses can adopt is green supply chain management. Green supply chain management is the integration of eco-friendly methods into conventional supply chain so as to minimize waste and carbon footprints and increase efficiency. A business can transform its traditional supply chain into a green one by including environment factor in each and every stage and aspect of the supply chain, from product development to manufacturing to distribution to the end customer. This can be done either by digital transformation or by simply creating relevant policies. For instance, if the process of packaging is done with if the process of packaging is being done with using plastic containers, business should work to minimize the use of plastic and switch to packaging made from sustainable materials. This will help in reduction of plastic as well as most eco-friendly materials. Another way of turning your supply chain into a green and sustainable one would be to have a good return policy. You can refurbish and a business can refurbish and recycle the goods that have been returned, which will also help in reduction of waste. Some aspects of supply chain are looked upon, like the company store or building offer a great opportunity to go green. Warehouses have the greatest potential to control greenhouse gas emission by making small changes, like changing the warehouse lights to sensored LED lights, which will lower energy consumption. LED bulbs also last longer, that will be cost effective, that will save the cost for the organization. A green warehouse will feature energy saving materials. Some practices that can make warehouses sustainable include recycling all possible items and using more efficient packaging. Next that is mentioned in my paper is waste management. Every organization generates waste, and handling that waste is very crucial and critical. So, for adopting best practices for the management of waste in supply chain, the partner should follow basic reduce, reuse, and recycle concept. So, figuring out alternative ways to reduce.
Ma'am, I request you to please conclude.
Yes, ma'am, sure. So it is very crucial to manage the waste by following simple principles. Also, shifting from paper to technology will help in reduction of waste in the organization, and everybody should be educated since everybody should be taking care of their own waste. Next, that we have to look upon the need, since the logistics sector is growing. So the transportation, if you look at the transportation part, it is the major contributor to environment pollution and also consumes the major portion of petroleum products. And it emits a lot of greenhouse gases in the environment. It also impacts environmental, also causes major environmental impacts like noise and water pollution. So the company should try to reduce the carbon footprint on the transportation part. There are certain benefits. Can you come on the benefits slide, ma'am? Certain benefits are there, as it can prove to be cost effective, and it will allow the resources to be existing. Then it will following green supply chain will reduce the chances of errors in the supply chain. Then it will, main portion is that it will create a good brand image that will work as a CSR activity. Also, it will give a competitive edge to the business. Certain companies that are following green supply chain are Toyota, UPS Logistics, Johnson & Johnson, Nike, etc. Certain challenges that are faced by the companies who are willing to go green are that initial cost has to be incurred. The old technology becomes obsolete and new technology or new equipment have to be adopted. Hence, it will result in wastage of material. Chances of errors, since new technology is to be adopted, there can be chances of errors. The transportation sector is yet looking at fossil fuels, since there are no economically feasible options available for this industry. E-commerce is growing, and the amount of delivery has increased the urban traffic. It has increased the packaging material in the waste. And since the consumer is not very conscious about the environment and they are ready to bear the cost of the logistics, hence the businesses are not motivated to adopt green practices. To conclude, as in the start, I mentioned that the future of mankind is only possible with sustainability. Green is not a journey and a distance. Green is a journey and not a destination. Now or later, the business will have to open to responsible practices. There is a need to spread awareness about its implementation and benefits. The authorities have a laid-back attitude, and the government should show an active role in the if the sustainable development goals are to be met. They should offer a mix of policies and penalties for the organization to ensure carbon footprint is reduced. I would mention here that my research has certain limitations that the data is not supported with some quantitative attributes. Hence, it gives a scope for future research. Also, since the cost will be borne, since the cost of green practices will be borne by the customers, their reactions and their viewpoints should be considered. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No question.
Jatin sir? No question.
Jatin sir has leave.
Okay. Next participant is Vijay Poon. Sir, are you there? Sir? Vijay Poon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So the title of the topic is Poverty Alleviation, Countryside Capitalization and Community Empowerment.
Yeah.
Are you sharing the PPT? Okay. Share right away. Please put on your video.
Our industries, poverty alleviation, countryside capitalization, and community empowerment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Countryside capital, poverty alleviation, rural community, rural poverty, and sustainable capitalization are keywords of this study. And please next slide. So poverty is one of the widest spoken global challenges in the world. So to eradicate the poverty, countries have taken several steps. Poverty alleviation has become the cornerstone of the global sustainability. The world cannot be go ahead without alleviating the poverty. And also more than half of the global population live under the poverty line. Moreover, 6.7 million of children die annually because of the poverty and also the curable diseases. Because of this poverty, major economic challenges arise, such as increasing unemployment, decreasing agricultural income, marginalization of the small farmers, outmigration of youth, increasing inequality, and widespread poverty. In Sri Lanka has also suffering from these major problems such as poverty, inequality, and deficit of socio-economic, and so on. This poverty alleviation is one of the 17 sustainable goals, and therefore it becomes a critical need of the world. Although Sri Lanka developed through international trade, agriculture, and industry-based economies, before the colonial era, long before the Western theories and the concept of sustainable development, there was a sustainable capitalization process in the country for people, partnership, peace, and prosperity. However, the current situation in Sri Lanka is that the country has reported a rapid decline in natural resources and the capitalization of human and geographical resources. In Sri Lanka, both public and private sector have been carrying out many programs and projects since the independence to eradicate the poverty. But as can be seen as a whole, poverty is still in Sri Lanka because vast majority of rural community is suffering from the poverty as well as become an increase in the vulnerable dependent community. Many projects and programs follow and adopt different approaches for alleviating poverty in Sri Lanka. But these programs were connected to different racial systems, food and other community subsidies, free health and free education, and education of smallholders. Rural areas in particular are still facing various socio-economic and environmental challenges in the development process. The vast majority of the rural areas embrace the rich natural resources and those are human resources and those generate diverse social, cultural, and environmental capital. But those resources are not used by people for their development. That is the problem. Therefore, it is essential to investigate the role of poverty elevation programs and social welfare policies on countryside capitalization and the community empowerment. Next slide, please, ma'am. These are the research objectives. The first one is to analyze the effectiveness and contribution of poverty eradication programs already implemented in Sri Lanka. Second one is to examine the utilization of environmental and socio-cultural capitals that are available in rural areas. And the third objective is to explore the potential social, cultural, and environmental capital. Next slide, please. In the research methodology, this study followed a qualitative research approach. For the sample design, it selected 3 villages in 3 provinces as Ilaganagama in Sabaragama province, Mudalivattu in Central province, and Rudigama in North Central province. The study used inductive empirical investigations and done as a case study in the selected 3 villages. For the data collection process, the study conducted focus group discussions in all 3 villages, as well as by following snowball sampling technique. In-depth interviews were done with key persons such as related officers, Gamildaris, vulnerable carers, elderly people who passes many eras, some villagers, and etc. Furthermore, direct observations and related articles, books are used for data collection to elaborate the role of poverty elevation in the capitalization of countryside capital. And then the analysis was done. And next slide, please, ma'am. I'll show you. This is a sample of the study in the Sri Lankan map. And next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Please conclude fast.
Okay. According to the result generated, the study depicts that the villagers cannot find monetary capital to compete with poverty and to eradicate it, and they are rich with priceless social capital and environmental capital. However, people don't use those materials effectively for their poverty alleviation. Some of them have not identified the values and usage of them. Whether some of them have identified, they also do not properly use them. Some people do not give the permission to use these valuable resources to others also. Therefore, the finding of this study comes from that there is a disconnection between poverty alleviation and the capitalization of resources. And also sustainable capitalization to poverty alleviation is essential for the empowerment of the community, and this is the main objective of the human and natural geographical resources poverty alleviation programs. The inefficiency of the already established poverty alleviation programs are proved by the study. Those programs provided many facilities such as financial and physical aids, but the effort goes vain since people did not use them to develop their livelihood and they misuse them. The result of the study highlighted that there is a need to redefine and redesign poverty alleviation and socio-economic welfare policies to stimulate countryside stabilization and community empowerment. Next slide. Human capacity building. I just passed this. Human capacity building and prepare resource inventory. The next slide. The resource inventory can be used to empower the community. Please give me the significance of the next slide, ma'am. Yeah. Although poverty alleviation programs have been launched in Sri Lanka with the aim of eradicating poverty, those efforts have been in vain. Therefore, it is important to do a special study when conducting special programs because it is a great loss to the country. And also this is important to government of Sri Lanka as it is important to empower the community to eradicate the poverty. And also this study point out that it is essential to build social good relationship with resource and eradicate poverty. The people who live with poverty will be beneficial. This study to identify the gap and use the threats as natural and human resources to community empowerment and also eradicate the poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one thing, Aslam, please let us know that in your finding, what you found, that what is the reason of the poverty in the Sri Lanka. When you have did a group discussion, you have did a face-to-face discussion related with your research. So what you found, that what is the reason of the poverty in Sri Lanka?
In Sri Lanka, there are lots of programs are done since the independence, like Gambiya, Samudri, like that. Then those programs give benefits to people, such as financial benefits and physical benefits, but people did not use them properly. They used them in those times and they misuse them. Then the poverty is already in there because people do not effectively utilize the programs, funds, and other things. This is the main reason as the discussions we got.
I want to ask one thing, that if we go for the poverty, then we can see that one main reason is unemployability. So there are 3 points comes in the unemployability. One, the literacy. Second, the person is literate but not getting a job. And third, person is literate and getting a job but not doing a job. So what you found in your this research, and for behind this is a poverty?
Unemployment is a big issue in rural villages. And
please, can you speak loudly because I am not audible?
Hello, am I audible? Hello. 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 Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't hear. Can you ask again, please? Actually, I didn't hear the question.
Behind of the poverty, the reason is always unemployment. So if we go and see that there was a reason of unemployment is, there 3 points comes. One is a literacy. Second, a person is a literate but not getting a job. Third, person is literate, getting a job, but he is not doing job. So in these 3 points, what you found?
These all 3 points are in there. But in rural villages, most of the people do not have proper education. So because of them, they can't go to towns to a proper job. So that there is a problem. So that if some of the people have request to do a job, but they could not, they have not get the chances to go to the towns and do a proper job. These are main problems.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next participant, Mr. Narendra Gavkar. Sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Are you ready for the sharing PPT?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
My screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, please slide show.
Okay, is it fine now? Hello.
Ji, sir. Ji, sir.
Very good day, everyone. I am Narendra Gaonkar, and the topic of my study is ensuring food security through public distribution system. Across the world, food security is a very important element, and in India, the public distribution system is one of such program which tries to ensure food security by supplying the essential commodities to people at large. Now, due to pandemic, the food security has become even more important. And this food security, we can understand it as access to food grains at all times to the people, and these food grains would then meet the dietary requirement of the people. In India, this whole system is managed by the central government and the state governments. So the central government takes responsibility of procuring the food grains and then distributing it to the state governments. State government identifies the deserving beneficiaries, the people whom these food grains are distributed at a later point of time. In this particular study, I have kept the keywords as public distribution system, food security, paired sample t-test as this was used for the analysis, and National Food Security Act 2013. Now, the whole system of PDS was started way back in 1940, since pre-independence period, and since then, a lot of reforms have been introduced by a government to ensure that this system is more transparent and it is serving the real beneficiaries. In this particular study, I have tried to find out the changes that have taken place in this system of public distribution system after the enactment of National Food Security Act, which came into existence in the year 2013. So with respect to these 10 variables, whether any changes have taken place after the introduction of National Food Security Act or not has been tested with the empirical data. So these are the variables: quantity entitlement, prices of food grains, quality of food grains, availability of items at ration shop, timely supply on monthly basis, working hours of ration shop, shop owner support, more transparency in the system, waiting time at the ration shop, and overall satisfaction. The research gap that I would like to fill with my study is that a lot of studies are being conducted in the past, and these studies have focused on problems in the PDS, the impact of PDS on the nutritional levels, then issues which are related with the corruption in the functioning of PDS, non-targeting, hardships, the challenges faced by beneficiaries. Even the studies have focused on the challenges for implementing National Food Security Act. There is limited research is conducted on finding out how changes have taken place and changes from the perception of beneficiaries, how beneficiaries look at this public distribution system. Such studies are limited in nature. So in this particular study, the beneficiaries feedback is being obtained, and the attempt is made to find out the differences, if any, with regards to before and after National Food Security Act 2013. This is the hypothesis that there is no significant difference between opinion of beneficiaries with regards to these 10 variables before and after National Food Security Act. And the main objective is to basically examine the functioning of public distribution system before and after National Food Security Act. My research methodology, there are total beneficiaries of 13,28,324. Now, as per Kretzy and Morgan table, the 384 is the sample size requirement, and I have selected 500 beneficiaries for this study. And from all the 12 talukas of state of Goa have been considered, and convenient sampling method is adopted to reach out to the beneficiaries. The scope of the study is limited to state of Goa and the beneficiaries' feedback. Sources of data is primary, as the empirical data is collected through structured a questionnaire, and the period of study is the period of survey, which is from 1st of July till 31st of October. The data analytical tool that is used is paired sample t-test, and from the paired sample t-test we can see the mean score for these 10 variables. The mean scores are less for before the enactment of National Food Security Act, and after the National Food Security Act, the mean score are more as compared to the mean scores prior to National Food Security Act. As far as hypothesis is concerned, the values are significant at 5% level of significance.
Mr.
And all
Naresh,
the
am I
yes,
audible to you?
yes.
Sir, still your first slide is visible. So we are just able to see your first slide.
Oh no, actually I am changing slides and it was a slideshow which was on. Okay. Anyways,
No
I have
issue, no
almost
issue.
covered all. I have
Yeah.
almost covered all the slides. The main findings that I would like to report here is from the empirical data, from the analysis that I have conducted, the results show that the null hypothesis can be rejected at 5% level of significance, since the p-value is less than 0.05. And this I can indicate from the results that there is a significant difference with regards to quantity entitlement, that is the quantum of food grains that are being given to the beneficiaries, to the people, prices at which these food grains are given, the quality of these food grains, the availability of the items at the ration shop, working hours of the ration shop, shop owners support, timely supply, more transparency in the system. All these variables are significant. Hence, we can say that there is a difference with the reform of National Food Security Act, which is a landmark reform with regards to public distribution system, because this act has made the beneficiaries as a constitutional right is given for a right to food. And some of the reforms, more reforms which can be highlighted here is One Nation, One Ration Card scheme. Then there is a change from a manual system of distributing food grains to automated system of distributing the food grains. Then there are changes with regards to introduction of biometric, introduction of EPOS, that is the electronic point of sale machine, real-time information for the government departments. Record keeping has become more transparent. The GPS technology has been introduced with regards to movement of food grains from the central warehouses to the state level godowns. Then there is what I can conclude from this analysis is that for the future studies, even the index for customer satisfaction can be thought of, like the variables which are found significant can be considered for studying the satisfaction level of beneficiaries. Even the operational efficiency of this whole public distribution system can be studied further. And a model for effectiveness of this PDS system can be developed. And this I would suggest in scope for future study. Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you.
Rashmi ma'am?
Thank you very much. No question.
Okay, ma'am. Next participant is Miss Ritu Chauhan. Miss Ritu, are you there? Miss Ritu Chauhan.
Ma'am.
Ritu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Your paper title is Impact of Crude Oil Price on Mutual Fund Flows. So are you sharing your PPT?
Ma'am, can you share my PPT?
Okay, please do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am and sir. Myself, Ritu Chauhan, presenting my topic, Impact of Crude Oil Prices on Mutual Fund Flows. Can you share, please, next slide?
Next slide.
Keyword of my study is, hello?
Yes, please.
Keyword of my study is crude oil prices. Crude oil is basically India use the major part from import from the foreign countries like the OPEC country. Price is not market send a clear insight about the balance of supply and demand. Rising price indicate that additional supply is needed and falling price indicate that is too much supply for current demand. Future market also provide information about the physical supply and demand balance as well as the market expectation. The world transportation sector is almost totally dependent on petroleum products such as a gasoline as diesel fuel. Many countries also rely heavily on petroleum fuels for heating, cooking, or generating electricity. And another keyword is a mutual fund schemes inflow and outflow. It means that whatever the people are investing in the stock market, like the SIP, they are directly investing in the mutual funds just because the n number of people and they don't want the risk in stock market. Hello, am I audible, ma'am? Hello, hello.
Ritu, be continue. Be continue, Ritu.
Okay, ma'am. Variable of my study is a crude oil prices and mutual fund flows. There are not as much as study in mutual fund flows. There is only study crude oil prices in contrast with the stock market. Direct there is not study. Research gap fulfilled by the study. Only mutual fund schemes studied through previous studies. Only few mutual fund schemes studied through the previous study, like the 1, 2, 3 mutual fund schemes are studied by the few researchers. So I take an open-ended scheme for the income and debt-oriented scheme under which there are 19 schemes are covered. In 2010, there might be 17 schemes. No, there might be, sorry ma'am. There is only 17 schemes. After the 2018, there might be added 2 more schemes. So now there might be a 19 schemes under which I have covered the overnight fund, liquid fund, and ultra short duration fund. Another one is a low duration fund, that is equity, money market fund, liquid money market fund, short duration fund, medium duration fund, medium to long duration fund, dynamic bond fund like the investment overseas, corporate bond fund. These are the different kinds of the funds under listed in the income and debt oriented schemes. 11 number corporate bond fund, credit risk fund, banking and PSU fund. In this ELS equity are come. In this people invest in this fund, then they get the tax rebate also from the government side. Number 14 is a guild fund. Under 15 number is a guild fund. Hello, am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Clearly audible.
Guild fund with 10 years constant duration fund. 16th number fund is a floater fund, ETF funds. 17th fund is an infrastructure fund. 18th number fund is a arbitrage fund. And the 19th fund is a gold ETF fund that I have taken in my study. That each individual mutual fund scheme, I have to check the crude oil prices. I am just taking in this paper that the mutual fund schemes may vary if the prices may increase or decrease. My hypothesis is crude oil prices have significant effect on mutual fund schemes. Objective of my study is to check the impact of crude oil prices on mutual fund schemes inflows and outflows to identify the factor affecting the crude oil prices.
Ritu ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. I request you to please come to the last slides of results and discussion part, as we are already short of time.
Okay, ma'am. My conclusion is, in this paper, I have collected the monthly data of the crude oil prices and the mutual fund schemes. That I have covered the 19 schemes. I have told you that, and I have concluded that if there is a change in the crude oil prices, what if OPEC decided, because the crude oil prices, if the India import from the other countries, then it may have to differ. Just in stock market, there may be boom. The market will be bullish or bearish. then the investors may feel risk to put up the money in the mutual fund schemes. So that may affect the mutual fund inflows and outflows. So I have collected the crude oil data from the investing.com and mutual fund data collected from the Association of Mutual Fund of India. So my hypothesis is truly accepted. Result has statistically significant positive effect on crude oil prices on mutual fund schemes of inflow and outflow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dasmi ma'am, any question?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Assistant Professor Gunjan Dwivedi, ma'am, rapporteur of the session, to please deliver the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mamta ma'am. I, on the behalf of PIMR Gwalior, is feeling privileged to propose the vote of thanks on this moment, at the end of the session. So initially, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Rashmi ma'am. Ma'am, you are sincerely over there from the first slide to the last one. So we really appreciate your presence over there. And next, I would like to appreciate the presence of Dr. Jatin Pancholi, sir. I think he is not here, but he have also provided us their support. Next, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Manoj Deshpande, sir. He has provided valuable insights over the research papers. And last but not least, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Prasadini ma'am. She was also there for the evaluation of the paper. My vote of thanks will be remain incomplete if I will not thanks to all my team, which is included Dr. Mamta Sharma ma'am, who is the co-rapporteur of the session, because of whom this session is be possible. And I also want to appreciate the efforts of my technical team, which included the student volunteer, Ms. Sophia, for the support. So thank you so much. I, on the behalf of Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Gwalior, thanking you all. I thank all the participants, all the presenters who are here for the presentations and who have given their different research works, which is something really very appreciable. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So with this, I request you to permit me to end the session.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.